Добрый день всем. My name is Julia Lajus, and this is English speaking session. The title of the session is Transnational Circulation of Knowledge and Practices of Exploration in the Russian Soviet Arctic. So our major focus is on knowledge and practices of, studying and exploration of the Arctic. And, I'm very happy to see so many, listeners to attendees of our session. We will work the same as, yesterday. Let's try to fit your presentation in 15 minutes to give more room for discussion. And we will have 3 presentations, and we will discuss, at least ask question after each presentation. And hopefully we'll have a short break before the next 3 presentations. So ideally, the 3 papers should fit before 10 minutes to 5. And then after 10 minutes break, we will have the second part of the session. As usual, you can write your questions in the chat or show your hand here on the screen, and hopefully we will manage well. So our first presenter is Alexei Kraikovski, who is a research fellow at our laboratory for Environmental and Technological History, Center for Historical Research at High School of Economics, St. Petersburg. But he also is a research fellow at University of Padua in Italy. And I see some of his Italian colleagues here among us, and that's hi, that's a very, you're very welcome. That's very nice. So Alexei's presentation is on seafood for another Amsterdam, projects of improvement of marine resource exploitation in the north and the 18th century Europeanization of Russia. So Alexei, please, share your screen and, start your talk.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
so
yes,
perfect.
but we do not.
And
Yes.
here is the screen. So I
push F5.
Yeah, I start with that.
Yes, everything is fine. Yeah.
Works perfect. All right, I'll try to make it short. So I will not repeat the title, and here is my plan. I will start with some introduction, including some explanation for the title, and then I will briefly discuss 2 relatively big projects of the improvement and introduction of European methods of dealing with the White Sea marine biota, the project which took place, the first one in the time of Elizabeth, Empress Elizabeth, and another one which took place in the reign of Empress Catherine the Great. And then I will compare them very briefly, and that's how we will come to some conclusions. So first of all, just to introduce you to my argument, to introduce you to my major idea, I think that we have to depart from the European and predominantly Dutch consumption patterns of the Dutch Golden Age, when herring and oysters, as the representatives of the North Sea marine life, occupied quite a specific place in the Dutch culture, not only culture of food, but much more in the social norms and social mechanisms of dealing with the marine biota. For instance, we can mention that if the Dutch herring was and the grote fishery, the Dutch herring production became kind of iconic industry of the Golden Age, one of the most profitable, one of the pillars of the Dutch economic success. Then oysters became a kind of symbol of the flourishing life of the Golden Age Amsterdam, including the sexual life. They became part of the brothel culture, of some kind of debauchery life of the young golden youth. And I argue that to some extent this was the background for the receiving of the very idea of consumption of this sort of seafood by the Russian elite during the Grand Embassy. And that is kind of departure point, which leads eventually to the idea of another Amsterdam. We know that, and it is based on the well-known saying by Peter the Great, who repeated several times, according to anecdotal data, that if God will give me long life, St. Petersburg will be another Amsterdam. And I think that we deal here with not that much with the architectural image of canals and houses with frontons, but rather with the general idea of the maritime metropolis, which includes many aspects, and the aspect of specific consumption of specific marine species was definitely not the least on this way. So we deal with the idea of the imported fish and seafood, or at least certain fish and seafood, as kind of symbol of modernized city. And departing from that, we have now to turn to the role of the imperial court and personal taste, because both Elizabeth and Catherine left us some bureaucratic paperwork, sometimes quite impressive, being involved into the idea of introduction of the Dutch methods of herring preparation in the Russian north, in the White Sea. The idea was to take the White Sea herring and salt it in a certain manner, in order to make it compatible, or to reproduce the famous, internationally famous commodity of Dutch herring. Their involvement was not equal. Catherine was really heavily involved, and the documents, the archival collections include the documents written by her personally. So she was involved, and she more or less monitored the situation quite closely, while Elizabeth was a bit like less involved personally, yet she really in general, that's the story is a bit not unusual, but still specific, because we deal with the specific organizational and management situation when the personal taste of the ruling person, of the sovereign, is considered as a kind of driving force for the big interinstitutional work, when the office of imperial court, Cancellaria, or cabinet, the office of Her Imperial Majesty, became the center for the impressive administrative interactions, including Collegium of Commerce, Admiralty, Collegium of Foreign Affairs, and this was more or less conducted by the imperial court as a sort of supreme governmental body for this story. And just having in mind the environmental background, what we deal with is actually the White Sea herring and the White Sea as such. The White Sea herring migrates to the White Sea. It moves according to the certain route. So the most important productive area is situated in the western side of the White Sea, and starting with that, we have several points. First of all, here is the general chronology of Elizabethan project. The initial idea appeared in 1747. It was based on the replacement of import. The idea was that Russians spent too much money, thousands of rubles, of silver rubles every year for buying imported herring, Dutch herring, which is bad. So we have our own herring in the White Sea. We need just to take the technology, produce a compatible product, and this will be good for us because we will keep silver inside the country. So the person named Kakin, the only thing I could find in the document about him was that he was from Hamburg. So he came to the Collegium of Commerce and proposed some technology. His proposal was adopted and technology was recorded, but in 1748, Kakin died. So the officials had to start over again, and what they did basically, they asked the skippers in the port of Arkhangelsk whether they had any idea of the Dutch methods of herring preparation, and the skipper named Jacob Deicht reported that he had some experience of dealing with the Dutch technologies, and even also showed how he proposed to prepare the herring. So it was also recorded. Eventually, the local expert Mikhail Rozhin, the Arkhangelsk Customs Office inspector, also prepared some fish. It was all sent to St. Petersburg. And at least it was tried in the Collegium of Commerce and in the Imperial Court, and the officials decided that the first step was successful. So Rozhin apparently hoped to have kind of commission from the government, but in 1749, Daniel Herman Rar, the entrepreneur merchant from Dorpat, nowadays Tartu, from Estonia, proposed a kind of project indicating that he is an expert in Dutch Dutch herring production. To prove that, basically, what did he attach to the project was the very general description of the Dutch herring industry. After some doubts, apparently several months of discussion, the officials of the Collegium of Commerce somehow, for some reason, believed him. So it was a kind of illusion of expertise. So and he became the director of the state-owned enterprise with the final aim to produce the herring in the White Sea compatible to the Dutch herring, eventually to replace it on the market of St. Petersburg. So in 1750 and 1751, there were two seasons when Rar, in collaboration with Rozhin, tried to organize the production, but not the fisheries. The idea was that they tried to build commercial scheme, buying herring from the local fishermen, and then just preparing it with the using the imported salt, Spanish salt, and then send it to St. Petersburg and Moscow. Then it was distributed and advertised through the newspapers, through St. Petersburg journal, St. Peterburgские ведомости. Eventually, in the end of 1751, the government decided that that's not enough. The situation does not develop in the right direction. So they tried to reproduce the very practice of groot fishery, the Dutch great fishery. They purchased 2 vessels and ordered to send those 2 vessels to the deep water part of the sea, looking for the big quantities of herring. So that's basically the result of this expedition. They produced, as you can see, in total just about 90 measured barrels. So they prepared the fish in barrels of different size. So there were barrel, half barrel, половинка, a quarter barrel, четвертушка, and 8 barrel, осьмушка. And in general, they produced just 90 barrels of herring. It was sent to, like always, to St. Petersburg. And eventually, in the government, they had to conclude that something went wrong because the summer appeared to be very, very unproductive, though they expected, as a parallel to the Dutch experience, that summer is the most productive time of the year. So Daniel Rar lost his position, and in two years, in 53 and 54, Rozhin tried to continue the project, but it just did not work. So it was a complete failure. It was a complete failure, and eventually, after the beginning of the 7 Years' War, other obligations appeared, so it completely came to nothing. But in 1763, the Ekaterina project started. First, we have to mention that there were 2 big engines for this project. The first one was Catherine the Great, of course, personally. She was personally involved once again. But the second one was situated in Arkhangelsk, and this was the governor of Arkhangelsk, Yegor Golovtsin. Very energetic administrator who worked hard, apparently trying to attract attention from the ruling person. Of course, it was very good for the career of the official to be involved in the project, which was personally curated by the empress. So in 1763, the empress received the project by Dmitry Volkov, the governor of Orenburg, who proposed to restart the production of Dutch herring in Arkhangelsk, based on the idea of the utilization of new salt that was found in Russia, not far from Orenburg, in Iletsk, the very famous center of Russian salt production. Just to give you idea of the geography, so here is the White Sea, and here is more or less the point of Iletsk. So the idea was to deliver salt from nowadays more or less border of Kazakhstan to Arkhangelsk in order to prepare fish and then deliver it to St. Petersburg. So just imagine just to give you idea of proposed logistics. Yet the idea was adopted. So in 1764, the government started to look for expertise. This time they were much more active, so they decided to look for the expertise abroad through the diplomatic canals. What I found was the correspondence between the Collegium of Commerce, the Imperial Court, the Collegium of Foreign Affairs, and the Russian agents abroad, namely the Russian ambassador in the Netherlands, in The Hague, Vorontsov, in the Russian ambassador in Stockholm, in Copenhagen, and also with the Russian agent in Helsingor, the very famous person named David Hoffman. So the idea was to attract an expert and send him to Arkhangelsk, or at least to attract, to receive somehow access to the Dutch technology, the Dutch agents had to report that it was not very easy. The Dutch technology became a secret of the Dutch state, so the experts could be punished for just opening access to the Dutch technology of herring preparation to the foreigners. In 1765, the government had to look for support from the local governors, and there were quite exotic ideas. The governor of Reval proposed to send agents, spies recruited from Estonians, proposed them to Finland as Finns in order to get to know the secret of Dutch herring through espionage, through industrial espionage in Stockholm. The agent in Stockholm sent kind of secret materials, published, unpublished, related to the herring, but actually the story received quite an unexpected turn, because in Riga, the governor Bruno, the governor of Riga, proposed a financial reward to everyone who will deliver the Dutch technology of herring production. And as a result, this became an affair for the international commercial chains, and the Dutch family and the Riga family of famous merchants, barons, they started to work with that. One of them, Gustav Berens, departed to the Netherlands, so it took almost a year for him to look for the right persons in the Netherlands. In the meantime, in 1765, the Empress also received some idea of how the white sea herring looks like when it is more or less properly salted with the Spanish salt, and ordered to look for some new resources. So she asked Golovtsin
Alexei,
to
I'm sorry,
yeah.
but your time, please summarize, because I'm sorry, it's very interesting, but we are going
just 1 minute. So she ordered to look for oysters. So they looked for oysters, but only found mussels. In the next year, they received, finally, Berens transported to two Dutch experts, Arie and Krijn van der Mellen, and eventually they worked for 2 years. It came to nothing, and later on it was the end of the project. So here is the result. So what we can see for the herring production. And just very briefly, we have the state-owned expert enterprise in the first case, and quasi-private company in the second case, controlled by the government. We have sporadic expertise search via systematic institution-based policy, and we have very mercantilistic vision of the way to get silver from vs the complex development of industry, very new vision, but it all came to nothing. The only result was, the major result was the idea of the collection of knowledge as the state affair. So when the academic expedition appeared, in the north, they found a kind of very well-prepared environment. The local officials had the understanding that the collection of knowledge about the local nature is important. It's a state affair. Nature became and revealed itself as a very powerful actor in the story. And of course, we can see the special taste of the driving in the special place of the personal taste as the driving force of westernization, which gives us some new idea of Teutoburg food chain. So that's it, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alexei, for the fascinating talk. It's always a pity to interrupt, but you know.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
Yeah, I have got, there is a question from Fedor Karandey, who is asking, who is wondering why it's, given the royal origin of the project you described, which in his opinion clearly worked as tools for modernization, Europeanization. What was the social status of the seafood thus obtained? After all, paradoxes are possible here in food anthropology. For example, it is known that oysters in England were food for poor. As Dickens said, poverty and oysters always seem to go together. How did the people of St. Petersburg of that time feel about this food?
Yeah, thank you. So first, it's I mean, it's very different story for all of these foods. So we know what I found was that we have at least 3 kinds of herring in St. Petersburg at that time. The Dutch one, which is the most expensive, and it is considered as kind of food for not for elite, but still wealthy people. And then Norwegian and Swedish, which is much cheaper. And when this herring delivered from the White Sea was advertised, it was advertised in a way that we propose you, or the Collegium of Commerce proposes you the fish, which is not worse or even better than Dutch. So you can buy it. As for oysters, it's also quite a specific story. So I think it's much more about elite consumption than about the popular consumption in St. Petersburg. It was concentrated especially on Большая Морская, so in the area more or less around the palace, in the fashionable restaurants like Iberkamp restaurant. So once again, that's much more about elite consumption, I would say. Yet eventually in the Ekaterinian project, the idea was that if we have our own fish and we will just develop it properly, then it will like move further to the populace, if you like. They did not use this word простонародье, but still the idea was that then it will be like wider accepted.
Yeah, as I know, eating of mollusks was not a habit of Russian people at all. So poor people, even in 20th century, people around the White Sea, they prefer to starve during the war period, but they never eat mollusks. It's completely not a culture of Russians. Here is very different with the English and other nations. Yeah, so it's definitely the elitistic and European, taste, because Alexei didn't mention that, but obviously Catherine the Great, she grown in German, in northern Germany, where all that kind of mollusks were part of the diet of people. So she wanted to continue to eat what she used to eat at home, in a way. Thank you. Do we have time probably just for one question, not more?
Elena Volzhanina is
Okay, yes, please.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I have a question about resources which you used in your project. Which type of documents did you use for your project? Is it most of them Russian documents?
Yes, predominantly they are Russian. Those are correspondence in the Collegium of Commerce. Many documents are concentrated in Arkhangelsk, in the collection of the Arkhangelsk governor, including the central correspondence, because being central person, he received copies of all the, more or less, including top secret correspondence between the intelligence and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and things like that. The only foreign materials I used basically was when I tried to look for the personal backgrounds of the experts involved, like these 2 Dutch experts who came in 1766, Arie and Krijn van der Meulen. The problem was that in the Russian documents, they just were not named. They were named 2 Dutch. or the only thing they normally were named just either too Dutch or by names Ari and Crane, or most probably AF and KF. Because this was a top secret story, if the government of the Netherlands would know that those two guys came to Russia to teach Russians the Dutch method of fish preparation, they could be punished in the Netherlands, because this could be kind of treason. Therefore, they were guarded by the soldiers in Russia, while in Russia, and isolated from other foreigners. No one could see their faces, and all the Russians dealing with them signed the promise not to tell anyone who they were. So I have seen those promises signed by Russians, and the only place I found their names was financial report. So that this is paid to Ari van der Meulen and another is paid to Krijn van der Meulen. That's how I found them in the archives of Noordwijk in the South Holland as the herring producers.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Alexei. Yeah, we are moving to the next speaker. If we will have time, we could, come back and, discuss more, but not now. We are coming to our next speaker, Alexandra Bekasova, also from the Laboratory for Environmental Technological History. And we are moving to the beginning of 19th century. She will talk about transnational networks of communication and circulation of knowledge in the North Pacific. So Alexandra, please.
Yes, thank you, Julia. Yeah, I'm here and I'm trying to sharing my screen with you. Can you see it?
Yes, we see it. Yes.
Yeah, a minute more. Yeah, I will make a full screen. Let's try to do that. Yes. Yes. Here it is, yes? Yeah. Dear colleagues, yeah, I would like to start maybe from preliminary remarks. I'm not doing the history of the study of the Arctic or Arctic itself, yeah? So I'm a little bit from outside. It was a fascinating thing, yeah, to attend sessions during these 2 days, yeah. I was not active, yeah, I'm just attending and listening, and I've learned a lot, yeah, of the processes which are going on. Mostly they are focused on the 20th century, yeah, but there are a lot of collisions, yeah, which connected us with that history of the question, yeah. And what I'm doing on the cases on the beginning of the 19th century, I think it can help to develop our discussion about the globality when we're thinking about that region, about transnational networks, and the rising role of scientific knowledge, yeah, and that process which was raising through decades of the 19th and the 20th century. And that is exactly the main focus, yeah, of my talk today. Before I will go into the detail, and I would try to do my best to make the long story short, because I know about that time restrictions, and I'm sure Julia will help me and show that my time is finished, yeah. But it seems to me that preliminary things, introductory things, they are important as well, yeah. And that is about how to approach, yeah, when we're thinking about the history of Arctic exploration and the Arctic region itself and what is going on in that extremely rich scholarship, yeah, which is, I mean, international, which is transnational, which is global. And there are important shifts which are just now coming, yeah, and just now intensively discussed. And that perspectives, if we are going just to put them on the screen on one slide, that is maritime perspective. So we are thinking not about terrestrial territory or the coastline, but we are thinking of that ocean and sea spaces, which are very much important to understand the specificity of particular region. Environmental perspective, yeah, and environmental humanities and scholars who are doing that new approach, yeah, they are very much active, yeah, and very much involved in that discussions today. Historians of science, yeah, and technology, they are traditionally interested, yeah, and very active in doing that history, yeah. And they very much engaged, talking about that issues. But now they are also shifting to that globality perspective and thinking about the issues of global circulation of knowledge and the processes which are very much connected to that, and how, I mean, that very important question, how that processes were going on. Cultural geographers, yeah, and yeah, you also may see some of them on the screen, yeah, they are published a lot on that and very much involved in that discussion. So that is interdisciplinary group of scholars, yeah, coming from different backgrounds, who are discussing and that important issues and connecting to that history of the Arctic of that is a very specific kind of region, yeah, with that environmental, geographical, yeah, and many other particular features. And I can't but mention that perspective of circulation, yeah, which is also the very center of discussion today, from different perspectives, and a lot have been published for last 8 to 5 years, yeah, and that some of, I mean, two prominent scholars, I mean, French historians, they are working in different perspectives, yeah. If Cohen is doing Soviet history, I mean, Soviet, the 20th century, and Kapil Rai is working with that 18th century Indian perspective on the history of science. But they are collaborated on that idea of the importance of circulation of knowledge, yeah, and what they are emphasizing, that is not only the process of movement, ideas, people, objects, practices, but that transformative culture, yeah, of that process, when knowledge became something else, yeah, when something happened, and analyzing different cases, and they are arguing, they I mean, introducing, I mean, that approach, yeah, and showing how important it is, yeah, to be involved in discussion of the process in the very detail, and transformations, yeah, of the different kinds of scientific or other kinds of knowledge which are going on, and what actors, yeah, are involved in that process. So we are coming to that particular case I would like to introduce you today, yeah, and that is the beginning of the 19th century, and that is the exploration of the North Pacific and the quest for the Northern Passage, which was already mentioned at the very beginning of our conference, yeah, yesterday. I would like to choose only, I mean, one line from it, because I mean it's very rich story what was going on. I mean, putting particular attention on that story, which is connected with that big Rurik voyage of exploration to the Bering Strait region in the 1850s and the 1880s, I would like to address the question that I have already mentioned. And another thing I would like to bring into the table, that interplay of different scales, global scale, national, local, that is very much important, and that kind of story connected to the Arctic region and specifically the Bering Strait. I mean, the strait in the northern environment, that is particularly important issue to be raised, but because of the lack of time, I'm not going into the detail. I will try, but I'm not sure that I will have enough time for that. But that is, I mean, the key issue for that story. The growing role of scientific expertise, which are coming along with that geopolitical ambitions after the Napoleonic Wars in Europe, when the maritime states became very much interested of that to explore that new frontiers, because the Arctic, the Bering Strait after the Napoleonic Wars, it remained the last, one of the last geographic frontiers. Big companies like RAK, and others, they are very much involved, in that activities. Private patrons, some of them were connected to the learned societies, like the Royal Society in London, and the emerging geographical societies. That was exactly the time when geographical societies emerged, first in France, then in Britain, Germany, Russia. So that was an interplay of contestation, rivalry, geopolitical and intellectual, but at the same time that was close connection, exchange of information, opinions, and that was very much important for that story. And the building and maintaining that transnational networks, and many of them were informal, they were not governmental. And the job of networking, and for the 19th century, that was writing letters, and that was about circulation, intensive circulation of everything, material and non-material, and interplay of different scale that was also part of that story. Imaginaries, visions of many people, which are also very much contested and coming on the table, exactly during that particular period. Personal ambitions, of various, actors involved, patrons, entrepreneurs, ministers, navigators, scientists, but not only, because the attention of broader public and participation of that who are broadly interested, in that Arctic exploration, in the Arctic itself. It was very much important to what was going on in that particular period. And you see, so it's very much resembles the discussions which we had, when we were talking about the 20th century. It's important, to keep in mind, about raising Humboldtian science in the beginning of the 19th century. and how it was closely connected to that problematic issue of the Northern Passage at the beginning of that time. You know that for a long period of time, say the 16th century, and until it was I mean, gone through, yeah, in the end of the 19th century, it was not, everybody was not sure that passage and the strait, I mean, really exist. And this issue became a very important scientific problem, which had to be solved, yeah, in advance of not only strategic interests, but for geographical knowledge. Practices of observing and measuring using advanced instrumentation, they became very much important in solving, I mean, that issue, yeah, solving that question. And if we are return to the Bering Strait, yeah, it is always, I mean, the period when it is not frozen, yeah, it is very small, yeah, and it is very rare when it is open from ice, yeah, it always frozen. And if you can't pass it, yeah, there you can't know whether it is the strait or not. And the emergence of science of the sea, yeah, was very much connected to the urgent need to study tides and properties of the seawater, exactly in that region of the Bering Strait, to prove the existence of the strait. And that was exactly what was happening at that particular time, yeah, when British and Russian navigators were doing a lot of measurings of seawater, and instruments which were needed for that. That was, I mean, big part of that story. That was a network of actors interested in promoting, I mean, that study of the Bering Strait. Visionary and patron and sponsor of that navigation, yeah, Count Nicholas Rumyantsov. He was not an active chancellor anymore at that particular time, so he was a private person with a lot of money, and he liked, I mean, to promote his name, yeah, and to spend money on scientific investigations. And he came into contact, yeah, with a prominent navigator, Adam von Kronenstern, who helped him, I mean, to develop the scientific program, yeah, of that private enterprise, and managed it from the beginning to the end. And it includes different stages, from building the ship, equipped it with instruments, yeah, find the scientific staff, offices, yeah, to be there, and to develop all scientific instructions, and then, I mean, to prepare reports and to publish and to disseminate the results of the voyage. Yeah, a lot have been published on that. Yeah, and different scholars from different countries, Russia, Estonia, Germany, United States, Britain, yeah, have been published, yeah, their versions, yeah, of that story, because the crew and the scientific staff, it was international. Yeah. Besides, I mean, Kronenstern was in close connection with the British correspondents, yeah, and they discussed and exchanged information, yeah, about the Arctic exploration. And one of the main correspondents of Krusenstern in Britain at that time, it was John Barrow, yeah, that was the second permanent secretary of the Admiralty, who is in close contact with Sir Joseph Banks, the president of the Royal Society, who is very much involved in promoting scientific programs of navigation, yeah, and I mean, the Northern project, yeah, that is exactly the project of John Barrow. And from the Russian side, that was Krusenstern, who was not exactly on state service at that particular period, because he was not retired, but on some leave, yeah. So he was also a private person, yeah, I mean, working together with Rumyantsov, yeah, on that North projects. And they exchanged the information, yeah, with Britain colleagues, yeah, on that particular details of exploration. And you know, as it was as in the 20th century, and that it was exactly for the 19th century, all these voyages, they were very much expensive and they were risky, yeah, and support exchange of instruments, ideas, information, I mean, and quick exchange was very much important. And that happened, I mean, through letters, which was going to and fro. Of course, they exchanged books, yeah, maps, and many other things that was very much important for the success of their enterprises. And I mean, that is, I mean, the big picture, what was going on, and that very complex story about the quest for the Northern Passage, yeah, and that is, as one of the scholars called Barrow's boys, yeah, who were, I mean, prominent British navigators. And that, I mean, Russian team, yeah, so that is Russia, Krusenstern boy, so it's his nephew. And we can put some other Russian navigators, yeah, who I mean, involved in Northern Project during that time. And that story, that is exactly about different perspectives, yeah, of what was going on, and about contestation and rivalry on the one hand, and cooperation and exchanges on the other.
I'm sorry, Alexandra, your time is over, so just to summarize, please.
Yeah, I'm summing up, yeah. So, I mean, other lines, yeah, which is important there, I mean, to think about and to develop, that is about the technology, and how the ship and how it was equipped, and how all that measurements were conducted, yeah, that is also part of that story. Instruments themselves and how they were developed, and how they were used on during different voyages later on, and who were involved in that. Promoting the results, yeah, and again, we are returning to that issue of interplay of global, national, and local scales, who are involved in that discussion, for whom that volumes were published in Russian, German, Dutch, English, who were published in that periodicals in Germany, in Holland, yeah, in Britain. And it is just advertising. Yeah, if you would like to learn more, yeah, please, I mean, reach the article, I mean, just recently published in British Journal for the History of Science. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, and I would like to answer my question not only in English but in Russian. Yeah, so you're very welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alexandra, for the fascinating story. And yes, please, I also look to the published paper, those who are interested to know more details. Yeah, so please, questions. Yeah, we have a question again from Fyodor Karandey. Yeah, on the ongoing topics of this conference is the modernizing role of infrastructure projects. This, of course, is the most important feature of the second half of the 19th century, the time of the transport revolution of the steam age. My question is, what does the material of your work say? Do the events and scientific infrastructure you described relate to this era of modernizing infrastructures? Or is it still another moment in history? Have the people you study already talked about practical, commercial, or engineering use of Arctica?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Fyodor. Yeah, yeah, of course, they were very much engaged in that practical issues. Yeah, as for Rumyantsev, yeah, who was very much interested in northern exploration, yeah, when he was a chancellor, yeah, and the Minister of Commerce, yeah, before his retirement, yeah, he was very much interested in mineral resources of the north, yeah, and he kept an eye on what was going on. The Bering Strait region was interesting for him, like a state. Yeah, I mean, he was state-minded. He was, minister before. Yeah, he was thinking strategically. There was no, there were not know for sure whether there is water or land there. And if there is land, to whom it will belong? I mean, to what state it will belong? And who will use all those resources, yeah, which potentially may be there? I mean, they know about gold and silver already, yeah, and they were, I mean, thinking about potentiality of that region. But of course, I mean, technology was not the technology of the at the end of the 20th century. So they were visioning that question in other words, I mean, and in other, I mean, so they used, I mean, different images for that. But I mean, technology, resources, ambitions about the territory, exploitation, that is part of that story.
Thank you.
They were connected to that scientific, I mean, exploration, of course.
Thank you. We have time for one more short question. If...
May I ask a
yes,
question?
please.
Thank you for a wonderful report. I wonder how many people were involved in the process of circulation of the knowledge about your topic? I mean, at that time.
Yeah, so yeah, I can't say, yeah, because you know it is variety of them, yeah, because there is a core of actors which were closely involved in exploration. For example, I mean, Rumyantsev's network, that is about, I mean, 20 people, maybe more, yeah, if we are considering officers, I mean, all sailors, all, I mean, all that stuff which are, I mean, important for performing it, yeah. They are in a close contact with that diplomatic staff all over the world, yeah, because that was important for him and for his collaborators, what is going on in Britain, in Germany, in other parts. Yeah, so they were searching for the stuff. Yeah, they were searching for instructors. They were searching for information. Yeah, that is about publishers. Yeah, so they were very much involved in that collaboration with the publishers of periodicals, publishers of journals. I mean, everything about the Arctic. I mean, so that is a lot of people, yeah, who became very much involved in that. Yeah, so I mean, hundreds, yeah, hundreds of people involved, yeah, from that, I mean, core group, yeah, to the broader public. And I mean, that fascination of the heroic deeds in the Arctic, yeah, and I mean, women who were very much, excited of what was going on, and they organized, sessions and discussing like that. So I mean, it was, fascinating moment, yeah, and that the history of Arctic, which is a little bit forgotten, exactly after the end of the Napoleonic Wars.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexandra. And we are moving forward to our third presentation, which is a joint presentation by Andy Bruno from Northern Illinois University and Ekaterina Kalemeneva, also from our Laboratory of Environmental Technological History. I don't know who will speak, or both of you, or Andy.
We'll both be speaking.
Both of you are speaking. So please start.
Thank you, everyone. All right, let me try to do the screen share. Okay, is that visible?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can do. Sometimes this works for me, sometimes it doesn't. I'm going to try to have it do the slideshow, but sometimes that takes it. Does that work?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so thank you all. Our talk is making the Soviet Arctic livable urbanization models in the Soviet North. Now, I wanted to start off with just a little bit about what the type of paper that we're giving is and where it fits. It's in some ways a bit different than most of the presentations we've had at this conference, because our work is it's come together as a chapter in this Cambridge History of Polar Regions that's in progress, edited by Peter Anker and Adrian Hawkins. And what we're presenting here is essentially the one chapter of 30 some chapters on the Soviet Union. There's another chapter on Imperial Russia and another chapter on the Cold War, but we sort of approach this as what would we be telling historians of the polar regions from a more global transnational perspective about the Soviet Union, if in 10,000 words. So it's a synthetic paper, and it's a synthetic paper that tries to speak to global Arctic history very much in line with this conference, and also try to bring together our two scholarly approaches as scholars. We've had ongoing conversations about sort of Soviet city building and architecture, and when the break between the Stalinist era and the thaw, and this is in some ways our efforts to put those all together, as well as from my own perspective, I would say this is probably the first thing I've ever written that does not count as environmental history, because it's trying, it's using environmental history, but it's trying to sort of speak to the Soviet experience from multiple perspectives. The ultimate sort of the ultimate argument that we use for this approach is that we sort of highlight that efforts to promote urban livability in the far north of the Arctic was one of the most distinguishing facets of the Soviet experience in the Arctic, of the Soviet story. And I just would want to add on this. On the one hand, this should be a fairly uncontroversial claim. This is something that I think is a consensus view that you have scholars writing about the Arctic from the Soviet Arctic from various different perspectives that would sort of say this sort of effort to build cities and bring more people to the Arctic is something that was fairly defining of the Soviet experience in the Arctic. On the other hand, there is something more provocative about it, because by focusing on this term of livability, we are kind of reframing some of these questions, things like, gulag labor, things like militarization of the North, things like environmental consequences and efforts of at the conquest of nature, around a different sort of framework, a framework that sort of emphasizes first and foremost this sort of idea that the Soviet Union was trying to put more people in cities in the Arctic, and then explains the contradictory results of that effort from that rubric, as opposed to one that sort of starts with a more straightforward negative conquest of the North type of rhetoric that really sort of tries to highlight everything around these more sort of that angle. All right, I'll turn it over to Katya to talk a little bit more about this as we go forward.
Andy, can you please switch the slide?
I just did.
It didn't work. I'm sorry.
Oh, shoot.
Just first
So
slide.
you're not seeing the slides?
No, just first one. Just the first one.
Oh man, okay, hold on a second.
So sorry.
No, that's. Okay. Okay, now is the slides visible again? All right.
First one.
Now if I switch it, no. No, I don't want that. Okay, is it switching now?
It's visible
Okay.
now. Yes, now it's
So
fine.
this is what I was on. Sorry, I thought everyone was seeing that. Now I'm here. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. So as Andy already mentioned, Soviet Arctic was one of the most urbanized Arctic comparing to other northern countries. But also what we try to show with this slide as well, and what you can see on the slide, Arctic territory became one of the most rapidly urbanized territory within the Soviet Union. And as you can see here, if at the beginning of the 20th century or in the 1926, there were just about a bit more than 10 permanent towns or cities in the Soviet far north of Soviet Arctic. By the 60s, there were about 500 industrial cities or towns and workers' settlements, or in Russian, рабочие поселки, where more than 5 million people lived. So in this case, the majority of these 500 settlements were settlements which were built from scratch in the 20th century for industrial purposes, for extraction of different mineral resources. And it makes it very interesting to see how the policy of also Arctic urbanization, the policy to populate this region, how it was changing in the Soviet Union. And in our chapter and in our today's presentation, we'd like to demonstrate these different, waves or different models of Soviet policy towards the development towards development of the Arctic. Of course, comparing to other northern countries, the Soviet Union, as I mentioned, on one hand, it was one of the most urbanized. It had one of the most urbanized Arctic. Still, there were many patterns which were common for all northern countries. However, Soviet Union had some specific features of urbanization. And with the next slide, I would like to highlight at least one of them. And the case of Svalbard makes it very vivid, the differences of policy towards creation of urban environment or livable environment in the Arctic between different northern countries. In the morning, we already had a presentation on Svalbard, so I wouldn't, say many words about how the Soviet Union had permanent settlements on Svalbard, which became a Norwegian territory in the 20th century. But still, as you can see on this slide, on Svalbard, there were Svalbard is an Norwegian archipelago, but still in the 20th century and even nowadays, well, nowadays Russia had several permanent settlements there. And the comparison of built environment between these two settlements, it demonstrates the differences of policy of urbanization between, as in this case, Norway and the Soviet Union. So on the left side, on the left picture, you can see the picture of Longyearbyen, Norwegian town. On the right picture, you can see the picture of Pyramiden, Soviet town. And the comparison quite obvious to some extent. On the left side, you can see many bright houses, small houses spread on a comparatively large territory, while on the right side, you can see standardized, large, stable constructions, right? Which led to some kind of not very scientific conclusion, but still in contemporary travel literature, Pyramiden is usually described as a standardized Soviet settlement, which is somehow lost, in the Arctic. And in contemporary travel literature, Pyramiden is usually described as this kind of boring socialist city like any other socialist cities. However, from the point of view of historian and from, perspective of the historian of architecture to some extent, we can say that Pyramiden is a very interesting example of one of the most adapted settlements for the Arctic climate, because on the one hand, you can see almost similar built structures, almost similar buildings, yet all of them are perfectly adapted for the climate because all of them have very special foundations, all of them have very special building materials, and the planning structure was specifically made for wind protection and for storm protection in the settlement. Moreover, when you are traveling in Pyramiden was a settlement for about 1,000 workers, yet they had a swimming pool, they had pig farm, they had large palace of culture with theaters and cinema halls and so on and so on. So Pyramiden in this case represents a very interesting idea of creation of well-developed urban infrastructure for a relatively small community in the Arctic. Of course, not all Soviet settlements in the Arctic looked like Pyramiden. However, some of them did. I mean, some cities, even small cities, which were constructed in the 20th century in the Soviet Arctic. At the same time, since the 1950s and since the 1960s, the majority of Soviet Arctic towns, at least were described, were imagined, or were planned like Pyramiden, with all these developed infrastructure, urban infrastructure, social infrastructure, and so on. So in our presentation, we'd like to demonstrate how this idea of creation of normal settlement in abnormal natural environment, how this idea was formed and approached in the Soviet Union. So I would like to pass my word to NDD.
Thank you. Sorry, there's construction going on in the background, so I muted myself. So I'll be quick with this part, just with the time. So, I mean, one thing, of course, to keep in mind when we think about the Soviet Arctic, well, very broadly, of course, is that Russia was Arctic before it was Russia, meaning that the lands of Novgorod claimed Arctic territories before Muscovy, conquered them. In the 15th century, but the treatment of it was varied greatly over the centuries, but a real shift occurred, and I would start with that, with not necessarily with the Soviet Union, but with the First World War, at which point you get this effort that had been planned and discussed throughout the late 19th century and early 20th century to build a railroad connection to Mormont, to the new town of city of Murmansk, Romanov na Mormony, as it was originally called, that was built hastily with labor. After the Civil War, when the Bolsheviks took back Murmansk, they initially experimented with this idea of using it as an industrialization colonization nexus, But then with the advent of Stalinism, becomes this approach to build new Arctic cities, socialist cities north of the polar circle. And these are happening one at the same time as there's this expansion of carceral labor, either through Gulag camps, or which of course came out through initially through the Salov Key and then the White Sea Baltic, White Sea Belomor Canal, and create these cities that would be flourishing Soviet settlements. So, for instance, in a place called Vinogorsk, later Kirovsk, there was the decision made not to just sort of send up mining crews to extract the apatite in the Hibini Mountains and send it down to Leningrad for processing, but to build an entire processing city that would be a socialist city north of the Arctic Circle. This included then special settlers, dekulakized peasants as a primary labor source. And then you get throughout the North later in the 30s and 40s, the development of various new towns, Norilsk, Vorkuta, some of which really only get going after the Second World War, that are based on Gulag labor, but then become sort of factory towns in the thaw era. So a lot of the sort of initial ideas of livability in the North were born in this very heady time of forced labor as well. So there's a lot of contradictions there, but I think that these are important for understanding what comes after. And here's just a quick picture of the special settlers in Kirovsk, Hibinogorsk, when this photo was taken, moving up to live in Arctic town, Takatya.
Thank you so much. I also try to be very brief because we're almost running out of time with this presentation. So moving on and coming closer to the thaw era of the Soviet Union. On the one hand, previous decades of Arctic development in the Soviet Union formed the very strong models of dealing with the Arctic, of urbanization, of Arctic industrialization, urbanization, and other decision-making in the North, in the far North. At the same time, some major reforms of the thaw era after Stalin's death, they led to a radical change of some of the patterns in the Soviet Arctic. First of all, of course, the reorganization of the Gulag system and the reform of the main administration of the Northern Sea route, the organization which was responsible before the 1950s for various activities in the North. So the reform of these two organizations, it raised the question of how to organize administration and economic development and economic planning of Arctic industrialization in the future. That's why in the middle of the 50s, several research institutions and planning institutions were organized in Leningrad, in Moscow, in Siberia, in European North, in order to make the research into Arctic urbanization, Arctic industrialization, a part of public science. So this led to a very important change in the Arctic, because after that, after 1950s, all decision-making concerning Arctic became a part of this public science in the Soviet Union, and all decision-making process became very important part of public discourse since then. So in this case, it led to better coordination between different scientific institutions and public and planning institutions in the Soviet Union. On the other hand, it changed somehow the representation of the Arctic in broader discourse, because after that, all the Soviet newspapers, all official speeches or other public media in the Soviet Union, they began to write a lot about Arctic industrialization. They began to write a lot about creation of living environment and good living conditions in the Arctic, which changed somehow the representation of the Arctic. But I will also say a few words about that a little bit later. Also, the reform of the Gulag changed the migration regime to the Soviet Arctic, because after the Gulag reform, former Gulag settlements, Gulag cities were finally opened for more flexible migration flows. So on the one hand, after the release of some of the prisoners, this settlement, they lost some of the working force. On the other hand, much more migrants from other regions, they came back to these settlements, which also changed the social structure of the settlement, and it also changed the representation of the settlement, because after that, the main hero of all of these public narratives about the Arctic became not a polar hero, not Polarnik, but ordinary Soviet hard workers and Soviet youth and so on and so on. At the same time, all these public narratives, they usually ignore Gulag past in the history of many settlements, even when they describe them. So if we can see, can you please change the slide? So you can see here a quotation from Komsomolskaya Pravda, which describe the life in Norilsk. And there are many other, you can read it, I think, by yourself, but there are many other similar narratives about former Gulag settlements, which describe them as almost like Moscow, with the same set of items in the store, with the same living conditions, without mentioning the past of such settlements. What also changed in the 1950s is the approach towards built environment in the Arctic. And can we also change, Andy, please, one more slide? Yeah, thank you. I just tried to make our story very short. So talking about built environment of industrial settlements, as I mentioned before, many settlements since the 1950s and 60s were constructed from scratch. The government had to find new ways to motivate people to migrate to these new construction sites. Like always, there were two major approaches towards that. On the one hand, there were so-called ideological calls, Komsomol appeals, in order to motivate young people to migrate to northern industries. On the other hand, much more powerful tool was so-called northern bonuses, so special the system of material privileges, which was offered only to those who move from non-northern areas to Arctic industrial sites, in order to motivate such migrations. However, sociological research shows that even in the 70s, the negative migration or out-migration was very high because of dissatisfaction with the living conditions in the Arctic towns. Talking about which, I would like to pay your attention to these two pictures also, because on the one hand, built environment and the development of built environment in the Arctic cities in the 60s, it also demonstrates similar controversies or dichotomies as many other sides of Soviet life at that time. Because on the one hand, since 50s, various research and planning institutions, they developed different scientific and architectural solutions and proposals of how to build new types of towns in the Arctic. They propose different architectural solutions and different, specific materials, how to create better living conditions in the Arctic. Or as you can see on the right picture, some research institutes, they even make this kind of high modernist proposals for specific Arctic towns, like you can see here. Also, well, this project was also called Pyramida. It wasn't realized, but still it was widely discussed, and it was almost approved by Gostroy, but it's another story. So this is one side of the story, the development of built environment in the north. On the other hand, as you can see on the left picture, the reality of built environment in many northern and Arctic settlements in the Soviet Union was too far from such bright pictures, because the majority of settlements were very small settlements, just for a few thousands of people. And many buildings which were constructed there, they were constructed without taking into account a specific northern environment, sometimes even in the foundations. So as you can see on the left picture, after just a few years of exploitation, such buildings, they were almost it was impossible to exploit them further because of their because of the damage and because of their destruction. And many people who moved to northern industries, even in the 70s, for years, they had to live in unspecified barracks or tents or some other buildings. It's not, it was not common for all Arctic settlements, but still it was very important element of life for many, at least, parts of the settlements. Yeah, and let's move on to
I'll finish up in just a minute. So if we look then at the late Soviet period, really the 70s and early 80s, we're at a point where you definitely see of the settlers to the north in the urban environments, those who stay, those who don't leave, end up having this, reporting these deep attachments to place. This is coming from research. I think Alla Bolatova's here and others. This sort of talk, in many ways, the North and life in the North reflected life in the Soviet Union and the late Soviet Union more broadly, though of course there were particular differences. This is also a point where we would emphasize that the sort of settler colonialist impulses of the Soviet Union really kind of came to fore, because while urban livability sort of expanded, rural livability in many ways contracted, partially through the consolidation of collected farms, partially through the movement of indigenous peoples to cities, Yakutsk, for instance, and sort of some of them end up embracing these types of urban livability. This is also one, of course, the environmental impacts of this whole process sort of have effects on other life forms. It doesn't sort of bear underscoring, though, that the Soviet Arctic of the 70s and 80s was the most populated Arctic in history. And that changes, of course, with the 1990s, when there's, while global population is booming, Russian Arctic population is dwindling, though where we're going to go in the future, I think, is interesting. And I think the effects of climate change are right now complicating a lot of issues of life in the Arctic, but one could easily imagine the models of an urbanized Arctic being something that's embraced as more temperate climes and of the planet become unlivable if climate change is not mitigated. And finally, just thank you to the Russian Science Foundation for money and support. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Indy and Katya. We got two questions. One from Elena Volzhanina. Were the building of transport infrastructure the important part of the policy to make the Soviet Arctic livable?
Do you want to go with that, Katya, or should I?
I can start. And you can, yeah. Of course it was, and it's our, to some extent, fault that we didn't mention it in our presentation, because of course, the radical development of the Arctic in the 30s even began possible because of airplane connection to some extent. And also the majority of settlements, they were, as I mentioned, they were created from scratch. Therefore, in order to organize normal supply of these settlements, and also in order to even build such settlements, because some settlements were created in the places where there was a lack of building materials. So in order to even find some building materials, first of all, it was important to create any kinds of transport connection. So in this case, of course, it was a very important part of the story. We just didn't have enough time to also to touch this issue.
I just read through the second question, so I'll try to address that about how centralized. So this varied over time. Of course, the part of the Arctic I know the best was part of the Leningrad region when some of these developments were first happening, and that had a big impact until it turned into a separate region. So sometimes these were made at regional levels, sometimes they were made at central levels through the ministries. There was also a lot of contestation in terms of the visions of architects and urban planners, and the visions of industrial ministries, and the visions of the military and scientific industry. So the idea on the particular, Katya might have a better answer about how centralized the idea of making it as an average territory was. But in general, the story is mostly about bureaucratic infighting about different agendas.
Yeah, I would just add one very tiny comment here. I think what is important here, yeah, I completely agree with what Andy just said. What is important, I think, here is that we can see this attempt simultaneously on very different levels. We can see it in the media. We can see it in, you know, archival documents of some scientific or planning institutes. So in this case, it's hard to, of course, it was contested sometimes by, you know, some local institutions sometimes, or some, you know, local administration, but still it became very visible trend since the 50s to some extent on different levels.
So can we go to Peter Schweitzer, and I'm going to read Igor's question as well and try to get to that.
Okay, let's give a word to Peter Schweitzer first, and then you will reply about the GAC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ekaterina and Andy, for a very interesting presentation, which states, so to say, within the Soviet Union as a kind of a closed system, which it was largely. But I was wondering, this kind of model, architectural and urban planning model of livable city in the Arctic, were there any outside influences that you're aware of from Canada or anywhere else? Thank you.
Yes, Katya.
Do you want to try?
I can try. I can start also, but you can follow. Yeah. Thank you, Peter, for a very interesting and important question. Of course, they were not during all the periods of Soviet history to some extent, but especially again since the 50s and 60s, when Arctic development became a part of public science in the Soviet Union, and when it was easier to get some foreign literature and discuss foreign literature on different levels within the Soviet Union. Many, even when we are talking only about some architectural plans, foreign, as it was called, foreign experience, like from Canada, from Sweden, it was widely discussed among different Soviet specialists, architects and planners and engineers. And what is important here, and what I like about this story most of all, it's a bit about the story of these connections with Western specialists, is that Soviet architects in the 60s, they started to claim that we need to build northern city. There is no need to build Soviet city in the Arctic. The most important thing is to build northern city. So there should be more connections between Canadian cities and Soviet Arctic cities, rather than Soviet cities in the Arctic and in their, I don't know, on the Black Sea shore, for instance. So in this case, of course, it became a very important model, but also it worked for the other side as well. So in Canada, Canadian architects, they also widely discussed the experience of the Soviet Union in Arctic urbanization. And to some extent, it became a very important model, at least for negotiations within Canada. So in this case, at least for Canada, I can say that it worked both ways since the 50s.
Thank you very much. And I need to excuse myself. I need to rush to another meeting quickly, at least for the next hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Life on Zoom. To Igor's question about the continuities versus the ruptures, and here I would say that Katya and I are sort of, this is one of the issues that we've been debating for a few years now. And I think, Igor, I'm closer to your side of this, of seeing these deeper continuities in terms of the discourses about livability and the ways that it sort of continues on in new forms. Whereas Katya's, I mean, that the stuff Katya's finding has often been these architects talking about how they're doing something very different in the 1950s than what was going on in the 1930s, which I've also seen in my sources too, where, you know, oh, they didn't think about anything in Hibinogorsk in the 1930s. Actually, they thought about it all, they just made the wrong decisions. And so it wasn't about not being aware that, you know, if you dump all of the tailings into the lake, it's going to the river, it's going to pollute the lake. It's that they discussed it and decided, well, we'll get a way to get rid of all of the pollution and so that it won't pollute the lake. And this is a temporary measure. So I see a lot of continuities. But I do think that, the back and forth is something that, if there's a tension in the paper, I think it's a real tension, but it's also something that we hope came together coherently enough, with us both sort of, going to the middle.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you both, Andy and Katya. Yeah, we're a bit late, but still, I think we need 10 minutes to brief and to move, but not more, just prompt 10 minutes. And then, all the next speakers, please try to be concise. Okay, so see you in 10 minutes, yeah.
Olga, if you have a question, I'm happy to answer. Well,
oh, okay,
but
great.
I do want a few minutes to log it up.
Yeah, thanks, Andy, since you're still online. I would like to briefly ask, actually, if you could maybe tell a bit more about the main drivers of migrations in the 50s, or starting from the 50s through the late socialist periods. To which extent was it more of a propaganda and more of this kind of administrative decisions, like the programs for the distribution of specialists that you might very well know also from your work in these cities, that I know also from my experiences in work in Siberia, for example.
Yeah, and I think that I don't think we got that in there, but it's definitely in the actual paper about the major role of the northern bonuses and as an incentive for migration, that we see both in terms of playing as probably more important role than the Komsomol appeals and things like that, but also then factoring into how temporary the work assignments end up being, that a lot of people left after relatively short periods of time. We hear the voices of the people who stayed in some ways more because they've lived there for their lives and reflected upon it, but a lot of people left fairly quickly. So I mean, that would be the other main factor that we do discuss in the paper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks. And about today's situation, just to kind of follow up, are you looking at what keeps people in these communities, or is it kind of beyond the frameworks of your research?
I mean, we read the anthropologists and scholars who have studied that question more than we've done research about it, I think, ourselves. Again, given that this is the one paper in this volume about the Soviet Arctic, I felt that it was important to get it kind of to the present, but it's not something we've looked at in depth beyond reading a bunch of anthropologists and others who've studied this question.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting.
Elena, and then I do need to take a 5-minute break too.
My question is about how often the interests of indigenous population were taken into account before choosing the place for urban settlement.
I think other people here would know this better, but my sense is not very much in most of these projects. There was sometimes discussions with locals, especially about knowledge about the regions, but often that was relatively minimal. Would you add anything to that, Katya?
Yeah, I would say that usually when we are talking about, especially when we are talking about creation of new settlements, industrial settlements, official Soviet policy rarely, I mean, according to official this Soviet policy, they rarely attract indigenous population to these industrial sites. And it is very traceable, for instance, in the case of Yakutia, where you have the majority of population are Yakuts, while the industrial settlements which were created there in the 50s and 60s based on diamond mines like Mirny, later Udachny, Aykhal. The majority of population there, they are not from, they were not Yakuts, and they are not Yakuts right now. They came from other regions of the Soviet Union. There were several reasons for such policy. At least I found in the literature several, attempts to explain why this policy was so predominant there. But yeah, usually it was rarely a case.
Okay.
We should start soon. Everybody here? Or not yet? The most important that the presenter is here. Dmitry, are you here? Yes, you are here. Good.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I'm alive.
You're alive. Yeah, very nice. Then we probably start and people will come. Yeah? Do you? What
So,
do you
yeah, that's up to you. I'm waiting for
No,
you.
just wait 1 minute probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because 10 minutes, passed. Yeah, people are coming back, so we will start soon. And okay. Yeah, let's start then. Yeah, so I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Dmitry Arzyutov, from our beloved, so to say, partner, laboratory division for the history of science, technology, and environment of the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. And Dmitry will talk about Mammoth, walking with Mammoth through the Iron Curtain. The wonderful title I like so much. Yeah. So please.
Yeah. Thank you. Dear organizers, dear Yulia Alexandrovna, thank you for your kind invitation to give a talk at this wonderful conference. Unfortunately, I missed a big part of it yesterday, but I definitely catching up on it today. What I'm going to tell today has been published in my recent article in Polar Record in English and it's also has been translated into Finnish. It's going to be published in Finnish language magazine called Geology. This work is part of my just finished doctoral research, where I'm developing the notion of an environmental archive to show how indigenous and academics' ways of knowing not only crossed each other, but were intertwined and at times quite deeply in the production of Arctic knowledge under the Cold War. And the Mammoth case in that regard is definitely a good example of that kind of relational entanglement. So, those who visited paleontological museums couldn't walk past the skeletons of mummies of the woolly mammoth, a Pleistocene species which usually makes up for larger part of any expositions. Its size and historical closeness to us have often left an impression on the visitors. In biological discourse, the woolly mammoth belongs to proboscideans and started their ascent on the evolutionary ladder with the South African mammoth, which appeared about 5 million years ago. After having colonized a significant part of the planet, this creature found its last shelter in the northern hemisphere on Wrangel Island, where the local population of dwarf mammoths were extinct only 3,700 years ago. This long historical length and wide transnational spread made the mammoth a special object in the history of paleontology. Being considered one of the creators of the discipline paleontology that connects the history of Pleistocene fauna with human prehistory. The mammoth, rather than meat, muscles, and sometimes blood, along with bones, cannot do so much as the maize scholars and those who live in the Arctic landscapes. However, the inseparable history of mammoth search and research and the production of indigenous and academic concepts is still underappreciated. I believe that integral approach of this paper is very topical and of great importance given the current rapid decline and at times even extinction of species. In spite of the rapid extinction of many species, the knowledge about them has never vanished completely, as it is being embodied and creatively passed on among different people along the material remains which keep catching the imagination of both locals and scholars, and as a result challenge the very idea of extinction. Since the time of ethnoscience, as the first attempt to include indigenous epistemologies into the orchestra of Western academic concepts, the scholars of different disciplines have made a great effort to find a new post-colonial way of continuing doing so. Attempts in this direction is at the core of my historical paper today. The arguments of the paper is that the mammoth and the material paleontological finds or unexpected carcasses or bones found in the tundra manifest itself in various dynamic environments, and thus the encounters between the mammoth, local people, scholars, and politicians allow them to co-create moments where different epistemologies come together and are consequently stabilized. In other words, I seek to find the moments where the knowledge about the mammoth is co-produced and then mutually used by indigenous peoples and scholars, while the object of their attention is not passive, but has a capacity to participate in the production and usage. I refer to these moments as environmental encounters. The term encounter has been conceptualized by scholars of different disciplines. In an anthropological sense, encounter refers to human level, this is a citation, engagements across difference, through short-term meetings or long-term negotiations. Thanks to this cross-cultural and relational dynamics, participants affect the opinions of one another. Employing the ecological metaphors, scholars in the recently emerged interdisciplinary field of environmental humanities write about the concept of encounter by pointing out that the space is not a container, but an interweaving of trails, tracks, and paths. Then, applying these notions to mammoth research, we might notice that the remains of mammoths shape a flexible and relativistic spatiality, which might both help to maintain the borders due to the massive concentration of the finds within the territory of the Soviet or Russian Arctic, and also disrupt them, connecting the mammoths to global Pleistocene history in a way that merges indigenous and academic epistemologies. It also illustrates the idea proposed by Arctic environmental historians. As Stefan Bokin states, the Mammoth regions, the northern regions have always been places where geography matters. The engagements of scientists with the environment shape their practices and ideas. In his recent article, Bruno took a step further, applying Arun Agrawal's concept of environmental subjectivity to the Soviet Arctic to show the deep associations between the physical environment and the productions of socialistic self of scholars. Concerning the Mammoth, one could add that to some extent, the materiality of Arctic landscapes keeps shaping not only the social environment of both indigenous hunters and herders and visiting scholars, but also their notions and understanding of the past, as neo-materialistic historians write. Following the Mammoth, we may see its resilient in-betweenness in laboratorial and political, spatial, and epistemic contexts, which highlights the features of a boundary object that are plastic enough to adapt to local needs and to constraints of the several parties employing them, yet robust enough to maintain a common identity across sites. The concept of boundary object is formulated through ecology of institutional bodies, like museums, wherein social and political entanglements are often presented as objectified forms. The present paper adopts the concept of boundary object only to a certain extent, presenting the Mammoth or its separate parts in its post-extinct life, not only as a product of negotiations between diverse groups of actors, but also as an active subject of different intellectual, social, and political encounters that occur or in or between laboratories, exhibitions, field sites, and indigenous nomadic camps. Elsewhere, I wrote about the post-extinct life of Mammoth and their encounters with various political and social ecologies. I argued that the Mammoth was a significant paleontological remain, which was able to constitute some institutions, for example, Paleontological Institute in Moscow, and also assisted in various forms of diplomacy across the national borders. Stemming from this, I would like to bring your attention to some episodes from the history of the Cold War and how the Mammoth became a go-between in science diplomacy at that time. Moreover, the Mammoth, as a paleontological find, is able to fuse together features of extinct and extant species, plays an in-between role among various environmental epistemologies. In the present paper, I would like to elaborate more on the episodes of the Mammoth post-extinct life, namely the political lives of the Mammoth Dima, or since that was found in the place where Yakut used to live, and the right pronunciation should be Dima. As archival documents tell us, the search and research of that Mammoth, as well as its academic predecessors, were deeply affected by Soviet power relations nationally and internationally. Even before the discovery of Dima, the Mammoth bonds were integrated via Mammoth materiality into the gift-given relations between the Soviet indigenous periphery and the central, and served as the link between the people and the state. Thus, an artistically carved vase was made out of the Mammoth, and a carved Mammoth chassis set was made by Yakutian crafters, were gifted as a present to Stalin for his 70th birthday in 1949. Among other political symbols, it also supported the idea of indigenous peoples' attachments to historical timelessness and the eternal stability of the Soviet power. The discovery of the Dima Mammoth in 1977 on a former Gulag island near the town of Susuman assisted the opening of the door to the West, which was, of course, the result of changes in the political climate in the Soviet Union. The global geography of Mammoth remains, its cultural attractiveness made it a kind of a safe object in relations between the East and the West. in the geopolitical context of the Cold War. The Soviet Union's empire of knowledge, the Soviet Academy of Sciences, had its own propagandistic agenda of displaying the success of socialistic science and technology abroad. It was Выставком, the scientific committee tasked with arranging the Academy of Science exhibitions. Выставком organized the first Soviet national exhibition, later known as the USSR Industrial Exhibition, displayed for the first time in 1959 in New York City. It was a mobile model of the VDNH, exhibition of the achievements of the national economy, founded in 1959, created to collaborate with the American National Exhibition for audiences in Moscow. The Soviet exhibitions became a point of encounter between Soviets and the West, where scientists, politicians, and the public might see not only the showcasing of Western or Soviet science and technology, but also moments of potential knowledge stabilization. The uniqueness and in-betweenness of the Mammoth made them real cultural, natural diplomats during such Cold War exhibitions. Andrei Kapitsa, the head of the Выставком and an Antarctic explorer, the son of the Soviet physicist, and the Nobel Prize laureate winner Peter Kapitsa, initiated the world tour of DIMA. London was chosen as the first stop for the exhibition. The tour was meant to ensure that the Mammoth was at the center of correspondence and negotiations within the Soviet Academy between the Soviet state and international agencies. As a result, the Mammoth was insured for 8 million British pounds or 10 million Soviet rubles. The exhibition opened on the 23rd May 1979 at the Earl's Court Exhibition Center, which was recently demolished in London. The Mammoth was accompanied by highly modernistic Soviet inventions, such as the Salyut space station. Thus, an object taken from the Siberian permafrost, the Mammoth was put on an equal footing with technological objects within the context of international exhibitions. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, President of the Royal Society Alexandra Todd, and about 150,000 sightseers visited the exhibition. The Soviet considered it as a triumph. Andrei Kapitsa, in a report published in the Soviet popular science magazine Nauka и Жизнь, Science and Life, formulated DIMA's political mission in the following way. What about DIMA? It accomplished the task as one of the highlights of a very interesting and beautiful exhibition, after which many Englishmen will take a fresh look at our country. Most of the visitors, of course, wanted to see DIMA. It lay in the hall under the bright light of a spotlight. The soft voice of the auto guide came from the loudest speaker, telling the Mammoth story. Well, Mammoth did its job. Returning safely to Leningrad and again took its place in the Mammoth Hall of the Zoological Museum. This passage is remarkable also due to the language Kapitsa used. He presented the Mammoth as an active actor in diplomatic negotiations, which to some extent might remind us of the ideas of indigenous people, wherein the Mammoth acts and is in contact with them. The Mammoth resilience at crossing the borders between an extinct and extant existence to a certain extent triumphed over the dualistic modeling of science, leaving open a quite small door for alternative epistemologies. After the London exhibition, DIMA became a welcome guest in many countries for its traveling and diplomatic mission. The Soviets used their ties with communistic parties and in other countries. Thus, between 1979 and 1994, DIMA visited the UK, France, Japan for 3 times, Finland, Italy, Denmark, Sweden for 2 times, and the US. Among other ideas, the funding of DIMA evoked a new wave of debates on nature protection and the extinction. After some elite attempts in 1930s, 1970s, the most grandiose idea was realized by a charismatic scientist named Sergei Azimov. He created the Pleistocene Park in the north of Yakutia in 1996. By his design, the park was going to be a nature reserve for reintroducing the mammoth, once it had been cloned. Other Pleistocene animals would also become the neighbors of the mammoths. The reintroduction of Pleistocene species in the Arctic Siberia preceded the mammoth project. Environmental historians give us similar examples from the Norwegian Arctic and the Antarctic, interpreting them as a form of imperial acclimatization expressed through the human authority over nature. The idea of mammoth de-extinction has been met by local people with a certain amount of fear, which David Anderson explains as stemming from indigenous cosmological reasonings. They argue that submerged landscapes of genetic codes and mythic stories collide with the tangible central landscape of the here and now. Even presenting the mammoth in the projects as one of the timeless symbols of the Arctic challenges our assumptions and concepts and extends the frontier of our knowledge far beyond the divide which was created during the Cold War. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dmitry, and you are brilliant in time. That's, yeah, so questions, please. Do we have questions? Yes, Roman, please.
Dima, thank you so much for this fascinating talk. I'm sorry I didn't read your paper. Maybe my question is completely irrelevant, but I'm wondering what was the main consensus in the Soviet Union on the causes of the mammoth extinction? Was it discussed? Was it important if the humans, like it was anthropological causes of extinction or some natural causes? And in the context of this in environmental implications of this mammoth story, how important this part was? Can you tell me?
Yeah.
From your sources?
Yeah. Thanks, Roma, for this. Actually, there were many debates about it, and even out of them, the special concept of mammoth fauna appears in the public discourse, which is still widely in use. For example, Zimov, in his Pleistocene Park, in his publications, he keeps saying about a Pleistocene fauna and Pleistocene kind of special, animals and trees and bushes and so on and so forth. And the mammoth, in that regard, was put in the center. Regarding the extinction and extinction by what kind of means, that was an open question. There was a small group of archaeologists who considered it as a result of human activities, but at the very same time, many natural science scholars, they rather saw like environmental or climate impact on the mammoth species. So it's really hard to say it. At that time, at least that was my impression. The discussion was split between the disciplines, and archaeologists with, I would say, bioanthropologists, or just in the Soviet Union, they were called anthropologists. They were on the side of the human impact on the process of the extinction, while natural science scholars took a quite opposite opinion on that. So yeah, and in my article, I didn't write about it. I wrote only about the indigenous perception and then how that indigenous perceptions were intertwined with the scientific ideologies. And ironically enough, they found much in common.
Yeah, thank you. We got a question from Charlotte Wrigley, international postdoc at our Laboratory for Environmental Technological History. She asks, she wrote, great talk, Dmitry, you see that. And she's wondering how you think the mammoth potential de-extinction might redefine it as a boundary object. How might power relations between actors shift?
Oh, that's a big question. As far as I know from the recent talk by Anya Bernstein and a small group of anthropologists and historians. She mentioned after her field research, and she's writing a book about the Pleistocene Park. It's kind of we are quite far from the day when the mammoth appeared, and that was like, and it's quite interesting also since in academic articles, even in science journals, papers, we see many cases like we're expecting mammoth de-extinction, but in fact, it's not the mammoth de-extinction. It's kind of a hybrid of elephants with some elements of mammoth. And in that regard, if we're going back to the idea of boundary object, then it's going to be not a boundary object in a way, but it's going to be rather like an assemblage of different pieces and different, there's kind of a partial subject if we use, for example, Berlin Starthorn's idea of partiality and the partial perception of human subjectivity. So, and then if we transfer that idea to a mammoth case, then I guess we expect to see kind of a strange hybrid, but not like an exact object. Since object is a biggest issue for me. Object is on the one hand is kind of a and very stable and static idea, but on the other hand, it's rather related to the museum or kind of institutional environments. And it also means we have something kind of like a certain singularity of it, like, you know, a museum catalog or a catalog in the library. While with Mammoth, we see rather different things, like it could be the whole corpse, or it could be just one bone, and that's enough to consider we are dealing with Mammoth. In that regard, Mammoth, I guess, we will challenge the notion of boundary object, even if we're lucky enough to see him as the extinct animal, the extinct species.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I have a question, if you can reply, you know, brief enough. I remember you told me at some talk that, you know, Dima also had a cultural implication, also on the both sides of the Cold War divide. So on the Soviet side, it's this, you know, animation about small mammoth, you know, who lost his mom. And then through some other, you know, probably influenced the Ice Age animation where mammoth is a central figure.
Yeah, absolutely. Dima played a huge role. Of course, I didn't have much time to tell the whole saga, but yes, it's a number of cartoons in the Soviet Union which were translated in a wide range of languages, including Japanese, for example. And in Japan, that was a huge event, that exhibition with Dima. And I know from my colleagues from Sweden and from Finland, they told me lots of stories about that exhibition. That was a huge kind of success in Scandinavia, and lots of people visited and had a look at small and beautiful Dima.
Yeah.
Oля?
Yeah, more questions? Do we have?
Yes, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Dima, thank you very much. Very exciting and thought-provoking presentation. Really, I'm looking forward to reading that paper that you mentioned. Actually, yeah, I have a number of questions, but I will save time by asking maybe one that kind of worries me now, that you raised this issue about indigenous cosmologies. And I want to bring us now to the contemporary context of knowledge production. So in connection with the mammoth and the imaginations and the symbols of mammoth and indigenous cultures, how is this kind of knowledge integrated, if at all, in the knowledge production in Russia, especially? And yeah, of course, I know the works by David Anderson and some anthropologists, but I'm actually maybe thinking more about the environmental scientists and this kind of integrated research in connection with the changing climate also.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a big question. Thanks, Oля, for this. The only thing I can say at the moment, right away. So in indigenous cosmologists, mammoth is still alive. And this is a fact, for example, when I was in the field in Yamal and working with pre-indoctrinated, and we discussed, they explained me, yeah, that's it's nothing bad with this, but you know, they live under the ground. They are kind of a subterranean species, which are of course kind of with a joke. Yeah, they are alive, but they are kind of, you know, you're like a scholar from, I don't know, some kind of a central part of the country, and we should say, okay, but in your, you know, opinion, it's rather they are extinct, but for us, no, we consider it that's alive, and especially all those bones and, you know, elements of Mammoth body is surrounded by lots of how to say rituals and ideas and ideologies. And in that regard, what we see during the Cold War, the Soviets, scholars, they employed the idea of leaving Mammoth to sell it as a between, as a shuttle between Soviet and Western science. So this is just one part of the question. And then the second part, yes, environmental scholars, according to my observations and my interviews with them, they also try, and even the idea of the extinction mammoth as a very special species, it's a kind of also, that idea has some kind of legacy from the indigenous perspective and indigenous cosmologies, since it's so bright and it's so, you know, enigmatic and powerful species, which cannot but, you know, produce effect on scholars from different countries and of course indigenous people who live nearby.
Thank you. I was muted. Thank you very much, Dmitry, for the fascinating talk. And because you was prompt on time, we had a nice discussion. So I will try also to be brief now. I need to give a you know, word to myself, and will share the screen. And also will try to be in time. Yeah, hopefully you see the screen. Yeah. So I will talk about transnational networks of Soviet studies of ice and climate in the Cold War Arctic. And this is a joint talk with Elena Kochetkova, my colleague at the laboratory, because, you know, we've both been involved in a project with Swedish colleagues, and, you know, Elena helped me to collect especially the oral history materials, which I will not have much time to exploit today, but at least I will mention it. And we are still in the process of writing. So in this talk, I will, so to say, based on my previous research, but also will try to go further into the text that we are now working on. And I'm using, we are using the main, you know, the same concepts like the circulation of knowledge. Alexandra already explained and showed us some literature we all are based on in our laboratory. We also talk about knowledge infrastructures and using the terminology by Paul Edwards. We work in the field of science diplomacy and, you know, talk about mediators, especially scientists who all this in between us, like, you know, what Dmitry applied to Mammoth, we could apply for scientists who go in between different worlds. And also restricted internationalism, which is important in the period of the Cold War. And here I, based upon the wonderful work by Mark Adams, published some 10 years ago, where he explained, you know, that kind of, you know, policy with the beginning of the Cold War. Soviet physicists who were involved in the atomic project gained power and ideological immunity. And then written contract between the scientists and the state was that they shut in the door between science and politics, and those who shut at that door between science and politics were able to travel, to take part in international conferences and so on and so forth. And, you know, reminding that today is the 100th anniversary of Andrei Sakharov, Adams mentioned that Sakharov was exactly the physicist who broken that contract. I will not go in that, but you know, we need to understand that. And among them, not only physicists who designed the bomb got that kind of immunity, but also those who studied the environment. And here the works by Ron Doyle are quite important for the American side, but it was the same on the Soviet side. So the physicists, the geophysicists, meteorologists, seismologists, oceanographers, physicists who dealt with environment, they also got some kind of immunity and possibility to cooperate. And that started not only with, or continued not only with the Cold War, that kind of mediators, you know, being involved in these disciplines even before, even in 1930s, especially the Scandinavian mediators. And here are two portraits of two scientists, Harald Ulrik Sverdrup from Norway, who later on went to United States and became a director of the Scripps Oceanographic Institute, and Hans Vincent Allman, his close friend, a Swedish glaciologist. And they both, you know, had a very wide network with Soviet scientists. I studied their correspondence, and Allman visited Soviet Union many times, started in 30s and then continued into the Cold War period. Sverdrup died a bit earlier, in late 50s, but still he kept some communications in the beginning of the Cold War with Soviet scientists as well. And you know, the issues that was you know, very much discussed at that time was the warming of the Arctic that became very pronounced in 1920s, 1940s. You know, here on this graph, you see that it was really a very, very warm period. It was some kind of a puzzle. It was much before then the global warming was, anthropogenic global warming was conceptualized. And as we know from scientific research now, this warming of the Arctic, it was not connected with CO2 and anthropogenic influence. This was a natural event, but it was so important that, you know, for the whole concept of climate and possibility of its rapid change was based on this phenomena. Meteorologists, oceanographers, glaciologists like Allman, and sea ice specialists. You know, Allman studies the terrestrial glaciers, but there were sea ice specialists, especially in the Soviet Union, very strong, like, you know, Vladimir Viza, Nikolai Zubov. They all been puzzled with that event, and that was that kind of, you know, also constructed object that was discussed from different sides. And it continued also after the war. It was a very strong discussion in 1945 in November, just in this very favorable period when the actual war ended and the Cold War didn't start yet. Discussion in Royal Geographical Society in London, where Allman presented his research on snow and ice. And from the Soviet side, it was Evgeny Fedorov, the Russian climatologist and initially a polar explorer, one from the four Papanensi. He was there because he was the head of the Hydrometeorological Committee during the war, and he established a very good connections with allies, with scientists, and, you know, with some military people for which he was accused later on when the Cold War began. Yeah, and coming later into the Cold War era, you know, you see there are on this slide the major institutions between which the circulation of knowledge about the Arctic went on. So after these difficult periods of the beginning of the Cold War, by the end of 50s, with International Geophysical Year, in which Soviet authorities decided to take part, and they joined the preparation of the event, which already was on the move. To be on the same page, the Soviet scientists were allowed, you know, to visit institutions abroad. So in the preparation of Antarctic expeditions, researchers from Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute visited Scott Polar Research Institute in Cambridge. And the Arctic Institute of North America, opened in Montreal and Canada, was also very much involved into that kind of, you know, knowledge exchange. For instance, through translation work is just one example. So visits, exchange of literature. We collected a lot of materials, a correspondence between Scott Polar Research Institute and Arctic Research Institute about acquisition to literature. But there was also translation projects where, for instance, Alman's important papers on glacier variations and climatic fluctuations were translated into Russian. Within the framework of International Geophysical Year, there were special papers published by Institute of Geography in Moscow, and vice versa, important Russian Soviet papers, especially on sea ice distributions, were translated by the Arctic Institute of North America into English. And the sea ice, especially sea ice distribution, was considered as being very, very advanced in the Soviet Union. And, the Americans and British scientists were very much interested in the information. And here we also come to another new type of mediators, and this is Terence Armstrong, who was mentioned yesterday at some reports in connection with his book of the Northern Sea Route. He was a new type of mediator. He was not a scientist, but he was a professional linguist of Russian language, connected with probably with military, with intelligence. But he was allowed to visit the Soviet Union because he, in a way, was used by Soviet authorities to, so to say, showcase the achievements of the Soviet Arctic exploration in English. So his books are still in use. They're certainly out of date, but they're still in use. Yesterday, Alexander Pilyasov showed the book with the Circumpolar North from 70s. It was one of the last, endeavor of Terence Armstrong with his colleagues in Canada and United States, where they coined this term of, the Circumpolar North. And Terence Armstrong, first of all, became very interested in sea ice. He even, not being a scientist, but he collected information to publish the Sea Ice Atlas. And so he was very, very much aware that Soviets has a lot of important information about sea ice distribution. So he became instrumental for the organization of the Arctic Sea Ice Conference in February 1958 in Eastern Maryland in the US. It was Harold Sverdrup very much behind the organization of the conference, but unfortunately he died just before. And the Armstrong was used as that kind of, person who could involve Soviet scientists into dialogue. And it happened, some of researchers from Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute, it was still Arctic at that time, but soon become Antarctic Research Institute as well, like Pavel Gordienko attended the conference, and also leading specialists from Institute of Geography in Moscow, like, Avsyuk and Kolesnik from MGU. So it was almost the first time, when this Arctic specialists being able to sit together at the conference from the beginning of the Cold War. And other kind of, scientists like meteorologists, climatologists, for instance, this example of Boris Zerzievsky from Institute of Geography in Moscow, who wrote about fluctuations of general circulation of the atmosphere and climate in the 20th century. And he was very much involved in finding the cycles. I do not have time now, but I gave several times a talk, and I'm trying to write it now, about the search for cycles, which was universal, thing in climatology. Everybody wanted to find a cycle of changes, especially after this Arctic warming, when it's becoming colder in late 50s, beginning of 60s. Everybody wanted to find some kind of cycles, but in the Western science, it was somehow considered not productive. And at one of the congresses, it was stated that, we try to find cycles, but there are actually no cycles, and the whole climatology went to another direction. In the Soviet science, this obsession with cycles, I think it's almost not finished, or just finished, probably finished recently. So it was many reincarnation of the search for for cycles. But for my talk now, it's interesting that Zirzievsky, for instance, being a Soviet delegate to changes of climate, a symposium in Rome together by UNESCO and World Meteorological Organization. So, and he started his career in Glavsev-Morput and being a chief meteorologist who analyzed the results of Papanin expedition of Severny Polus 1. So here it's again that kind of, Arctic specialist who became very international. And initially he also worked with Scandinavians. He worked with Thor Bergeron, who was a pupil of Bjerknes. So the Scandinavian influences and then openness and connections during the Cold War was a quite universal thing. Then moving to 70s, the piece we are now trying to write, it's interesting time when, another mediator came on the stage, and it was Norbert Untersteiner, the Austrian-born scientist who was a station leader during the International Geophysical Year on the American Arctic Drifting Station Alpha. He was worked most of his life in the University of Washington in Seattle. He was a leader of what was called the American-Canadian Arctic Ice Dynamics Joint Experiment, IDEX, and he many times visited Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute, and he very much promoted the appearance of Soviet scientists on the international scene in 70s. It was a special workshop in Oslo, for instance, in 1974, and he was, his idea was to have a joint East-West studies of the ice-atmosphere interaction in the polar areas. That was very much a question of that time, the modeling of ocean, ice-atmosphere, ocean-atmosphere interactions. And it was international projects known in Russian as PGAP or GARP in English, Global Atmosphere Research Program. And if in the Antarctica, in the Southern Ocean, that kind of collaboration with Americans went on very, very smoothly, in the Arctic, it didn't happen on that large scale as Untersteiner, proposed. So the Soviet authorities didn't want to do any large-scale international work in the Arctic, only in Antarctic. When we interviewed scientists in the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute, they very clearly depicted us as a possible career within the institute. So for those scientists who wanted to work on the cutting edge of science, work with sophisticated instruments, it was better to do Arctic research. But on that case, you most probably will not go abroad, or will go only on restricted scale. So you can't be an international scientist. If you want to be international, to go abroad, to work with Americans, it would be better to study Antarctica, where, it's not such a cutting edge science, but much more open. So it's obvious, but Untersteiner tried, to work in more close cooperation, but it didn't work on a large scale. But on some kind of a small scale, it worked. So in mid-70s, in the period of warming of American-Soviet relations, when Soyuz Apollon and the agreement on environment signed, in 1972 and all other. So it's a warm period. The Soviet scientists, even from Antarctic Research Institute, were allowed to work in the Polar Science Center at the University of Washington. And the visits were organized by Untersteiner. Here's a photograph that, we were allowed the hands of the oceanographer Leonid Timokhov, where, he visited Untersteiner several times. So Soviet scientists perceived cooperation as equal. They told that it was very, very, important for both sides, but they, on the other hand, certainly acknowledged better instruments and especially computers in the US. So as we know from the old Cold War science, Soviet scientists got a lot of data on the climate, on the sea ice distribution especially, but by 70s and 80s it became obvious that all that kind of instrumental side and especially computers were much better in the US. A new stage of cooperation with more open data sharing began in the 90s. and where contacts resumed. Ages were quite dull period, not much contacts. And Leonid Timokov told us that after several successful visits, he was not allowed to go to Seattle anymore, and he was openly told that he already visited it too many times, and now he should stay at home. So this is a restricted internationalism in all its visibility. Yeah, and so I finish now, and there are some publications, some publications in Journal of Historical Geography of some years ago. This one is completely devoted to Almans and a little bit Sverdrup's Soviet contacts, and another one more recent about institutions and the changing nature of Arctic research during the early Cold War, where I participated with Swedish colleagues Lisa Marie van der Watt and Peter Roberts in the book called Science. And yeah, and we're working on some new things and hope to publish them soon. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm open for the questions. So
Olga wants to.
Olga, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation and a lot of also useful information, and the names of these kind of a famous publications by, for example, Terence Armstrong, who are still used very widely for teaching circumpolar north courses here in Austria, for example. Yeah, nobody really knew this background that you just told us about. Yeah, but my question is really, I'm really curious about this parallel that I thought that you made between research in Antarctica and in Arctica, meaning that Antarctica suggested more opportunities for such international collaboration. So I was wondering if you could dwell on these differences a little bit more in the context of both science production and global or geopolitical relations during the Cold War, and how and why was it different?
Yeah, I could start, but actually our next talk would be more about Antarctica, and Roman Khandoshka is really a specialist. I'm not much a specialist in Antarctica, but certainly it's obvious that Arctic was very closed. Yeah, so the foreign scientists were not allowed to visit Armstrong, or to visit Arctic, for instance, and to visit North, it was some kind of restrictions. Terence Armstrong actually managed to go, I think, to Yakutsk after many petitions that he sent to the authorities, because he wanted to see more of the Soviet North. So some places he was allowed to go, but not to the high Arctic, certainly. In Antarctica, we know that Soviet scientists visited American stations. Americans came to the Soviet stations. It was a completely different environment. And that is certainly because of the Antarctic Treaty that was signed in 1959, that there were, at least officially, no military installations in Antarctica. There certainly were some research related to military, but not that open as it used to be in the Arctic. In the Arctic, nobody hidden that research of sea ice distribution. They're certainly connected with military issues, especially at the beginning of the Cold War, when the Arctic was considered as the shortest route between Soviet Union and United States. Yeah, before the missiles were developed, and it was idea that the atomic bombs would be transported by heavy planes, the Arctic was the shortest route. So the sea ice distribution was important, and there were experiments how to land the heavy planes on the ice, and also certainly submarines. So the development of submarines, you need to know the ice distributions, and you need to know currents and all that kind of climate. And in Antarctica, it was different. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question from Elias Angel. Thank you. Could you elaborate a little more on the diplomacy part of science diplomacy? Were there any institutional changes in Soviet science that can be linked to Soviet scientists going abroad? Institutional changes. There are institutional changes that are connected with the large international programs, like, International Geophysical Year certainly led some legacy, because that the Center for Data was opened. One of the data center was in the United States, and another opened in Moscow, near Moscow. And also the institutions like Institute of Oceanology, which was opened earlier in 1944, they certainly became much more powerful, much more stronger because of involvement into International Geophysical Year, because they collected a lot of different kinds of data. And they even organized the second International Congress in Oceanography. The first one took place in New York, the second one in Moscow. So in a way, some kind of institutional changes certainly been connected with that kind of internationalization. But Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute remained quite isolated. They allowed some people to come, like Alman, like Terence Armstrong, but in general, up to 90s, they were quite, because of the secrecy of the Arctic work, not much institutional changes. On the larger level, like, when Evgeny Fedorov came back to power in late 50s and again became a head of hydrometeorological committee, and later on he became a vice president of the World Meteorological Organization, and worked, they also worked in UNESCO a lot. So that kind of, openness provided some changes, if not institutional, but in general, the changes of the atmosphere in science, and the publication policy, so more work being able to be translated, and also some joint publications appeared in international journals, and especially by late 70s, early 80s in climate science, with Mikhail Budyka became involved into international cooperation, and later on in IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change. He played, and his colleagues played a very important role in climate science. But on the other hand, he was some kind, not very welcomed here in his institution, and was forced to leave the Geophysical Observatory and found a place for his group in the Hydrological Institute. So it was always very controversial, and, so it could work pro and contra. The international relations were quite, quite dangerous thing. It could work for your personal career, and it could work against your personal career. And so it depends on too many factors. Yeah, thank you.
And Dmitry Arzyutov has a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. I have a couple of questions, but they are interlinked. The first one, have you came across any documents about the kind of intelligence agencies? Were they involved into any negotiations between both sides, Western and Eastern, in terms of the Arctic studies? And the second question is same kind of on the same nature. Have you came across any documents about Arctic anthropologists who were also kind of eagerly wanted to go to the Russian Arctic to conduct the field research there? And I guess, according to some memoirs and letters which I randomly saw in different archives, that was kind of behind the scene this discussion, but I still don't know the details about any plans for real kind of ethnographic or archaeological research in the Russian part of the Arctic in that period of time.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. About anthropologists, I do not really know much. I know that it was quite good cooperation in Beringia, but they were mostly archaeologists, paleontologists, I think, and it was quite a international cooperation in, I think, since late 70s or even early 70s and 80s. Concerning intelligence, I never worked with that kind of archives. We all know that CNN, reports are open. You can find them on the website. So there are some interesting reports on Soviet Arctic made by CNN. But I certainly never been able to see anything from the Soviet side. I think it's not possible. I didn't look specifically for that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we need to, I'm sorry, I forgot that I'm also chair. We need to go ahead. We have another talk and there will be a roundtable. So I'm sorry, I ate some time from Roman. So Roman, it's your time. Please go ahead. Roman is also from Royal Institute of Technology. He is a postdoc there. And he will talk exactly about the Arctic Roots geological program in Antarctica. Yes, please.
One moment. I'll try to share my screen. Okay, still doesn't work.
No.
Now, do you see?
Yes, it's fine now. Yes.
Great. Okay, sorry. Thank you so much, Yulia, for this kind introduction and for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And just to make this Global Arctic Conference even more global, I will talk mostly about the Antarctic, because it's part of my current project here at KTH. I'm participating in the collective project Greening the Poles, Science, the Environment, and the Creation of the Modern Arctic and Antarctic. And in my part of the project, I'm focusing on the resource aspect of the Soviet Russia's geological program in Antarctica during the Cold War. I look at how Antarctic minerals and hydrocarbons, which have never been extracted and even properly explored, prospected and explored, were actually became a center of a certain networks of knowledge, political discourses, geopolitical ambitions, and international relations during the Cold War, and connected the variety of actors and agencies on the both sides of the Iron Curtain. There are a few paradoxes in the Soviet Antarctic geopolitics, and one is the very fact that the Soviet Union, which was believed to be one of the most self-sufficient countries in the world in terms of raw minerals, has developed one of the largest and most obviously resource-oriented geological programs in Antarctica. And another paradox is that despite this large-scale and costly research program, the Soviet diplomacy in the late 1970s, early 90s tried with all its might to slow down the development of the Convention of the Regulation of Antarctic Mineral Resource Activity to delay an actual start of the mineral extraction in Antarctica. And in my project, I'm arguing that at least partly these discrepancies, these paradoxes could be explained by the diversity of agencies and different actors and discourses involved in the formulating of the goals of the Soviet Antarctic program, and also by different discourses sometimes clashed with each other, which co-influenced the Soviet perception of the South Pole. And one of the most important source of the Antarctic program in the Soviet Union was actually located on the opposite side of the globe, in the Arctic. And today I want to concentrate on the Arctic roots of the Soviet geological program in Antarctica, which were especially visible in the early stage of the Soviet Antarctic exploration. And in this sense, I'm following the ideas of Peter Roberts, Liz-Marie van der Watt, which wrote an article, Is There Anything Natural About the Polar? They argue that the very concept of polar could be used as an explanatory model, talking about the Cold War development of the polar science. So they talk about the polar regions as a single space, not about the two separate spaces of Arctic and Antarctic. This concept is connecting different institutions, people, technologies, discourses into a singular space of polar research and polar geopolitics. And in case of the Soviet Union, of course, the most striking example of this merging of Arctic and Antarctic is the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute, which was initially founded as the Arctic Research Institute, but was transformed into the Arctic and Antarctic Institute in 1955. And from that time started to coordinate Soviet activities on the South Pole. But first I want to talk sorry. So I want to introduce the key milestones of the Soviet Antarctic activities after the Second World War. In the interwar period, Soviet Union wasn't very active in Antarctica. But during the first post-war decade, it started to put more energy into the South Hemisphere, first starting with whaling activity with the Slava flotilla in 1947. Then from 1950, the Initiative Group for Organization of Antarctic Research under the auspice of the Academy of Sciences tried to lobby for more active involvement of the Soviet Union in the Antarctic. And here, of course, the military strategic reasons played a crucial role because the Soviet leadership was mostly concerned with military strategic importance of the continent and its possible employment in the US preparation for the new World War. And then in the middle of the 50s, the International Geophysical Year was a major event which transformed this military concerns into the realm of scientific diplomacy. After the International Geophysical Year in the 60s, when Antarctic Treaty came into force, the Soviet Union reduced its activity in the Antarctic and shifted to more pragmatic approach to the Antarctic continent. Then in the 70s, the new stage of the Cold War competition fueled the Antarctic research, and at that time, Antarctic became a competitive space and at the same time a contact zone between the East and the West. And what is most important for the 70s, that the resource scarcity narrative influenced the geological program in Antarctica. So on the both sides of the Iron Curtain, huge funding was fueling these geological programs. And then in the 80s, these negotiations on the Kramra Convention and the diplomatic level of Antarctic politics also inspired the Soviet Union for more and more geological activity. And now in the interviews, the 80s are represented as the golden age of the Soviet Antarctic geology. One of the key factors that influenced the scope and the specific forms of the Soviet involvement in Antarctica was the institutionalization of the Antarctic project. And since the late 40s, several departments claimed the leading role as organizers of the Antarctic program. These were the US Academy of Sciences and its Institute of Geography, Institute of Oceanology, the Ministry of Fisheries and its All-Union Scientific Research Institute of Fisheries and Oceanography, the State Administration of the Hydrometeorological Service and its State Oceanographic Institute, and what is most important for this talk, the main administration of the Northern Sea Route, Liveable, and its Arctic Research Institute. So it was the main institutional link between Arctic and Antarctic because the main administration of the Northern Sea Route, Liveable, had experience in the forced deployment of colonial infrastructure in the Arctic and organizing scientific expeditions to the North Pole. As Paul Josephson noted, it acquired responsibility to organize, administer, extract, smelt, transport, and explore the entire West region from Murmansk to Kamchatka, and to modernize the people within it. The golden age of the Liveable Empire fell on the 1930s, and after the war, and especially after the death of Stalin, it steadily lost its influence. In 1953, from an independent administration of the Council of Ministers, Liveable was transformed into a subdivision of the Ministry of the Navy. Nevertheless, it retained control over significant material base and above all ships, as well as the Arctic Research Institute and many specialists who had experience in working in polar conditions. The experience of the forced deployment of colonial infrastructure in the Arctic thus was in demand in the opposite side of the world. The choice of Liveable for the organizational support of the Antarctic expedition signaled that the Soviet leadership saw Antarctica as another big project of modernity, along with the space and nuclear projects. On the other hand, the conquerors of the North whose talents were no longer so much in demand in the Arctic, were moved to a new frontier. For example, doesn't really work. For example, Mikhail Mikhailovich Somov, who headed the Drift Ice Station North Pole 2 in 1951-1952, became the commander of the first Soviet Antarctic expedition. And the second expedition was headed by Alexei Fedorovich Treshnikov, the head of the North Pole 3 ice station. But here one can speak not only about the transfer of people, institutions, and technologies from the Arctic to the Antarctic, but also about the transfer of discourses. And the key concept of the Soviet colonial lexicon was освоение, development, a word that combines the connotations to incorporate, to make your own, and at the same time, the motives of utilization and exploitation. This concept intervenes two colonial patterns: colonization as economic development and cultivation of a region, and colonization as extraction of resources in favor of the metropolis. Film historian Emma Vidis writes of освоение as a grand Stalinist project of gaining control over vast remote areas through a variety of practices, including mapping, infrastructure, and geological surface. The Antarctic project in the 50s developed at the junction of this romantic Stalinist rhetoric of incorporating the periphery with a more modern technological and technocratic paradigm, aimed primarily at controlling the material natural environment through scientific research, quantification, and not least through the assessment and extraction of fossils. The relevance of the Arctic colonial rhetoric for Soviet Antarctica can be illustrated by this publication of the mass Soviet magazine Technika Молодежи of 1956. There, one of the leaders of the Soviet Antarctic program, member of the Academy of Sciences, geologist Dmitry Sherbakov, suggested that in the future, the colonization, заселение, and development, освоение of Antarctica will undoubtedly begin. And this will be done pretty much in the same way as in our far north. First, meteorological and radio stations will be created, and small villages around them, and then the construction of ports and airfields will begin. So in this discourse, in this vision of the future of the Antarctic, they clearly use the patterns already existed in the far north in the Soviet conditions. And the geological exploration and the mining towns should play a crucial role in this освоение of Antarctica. And it's not, it's very important that Sherbakov, who writes that, was a geologist. Somehow in that time, and even from the 30s, geologists acted as the agents of empire in the far north. Sometimes the very siting of the new north cities and settlements were mostly because of the mining perspectives. But here it was interesting that this vision was contradictory to the main vision of the Glava-Sevmor-Put, who should act in the different conditions in this on this internationally visible space. And in this letter to the Central Committee, the leaders of the Glava-Sevmor-Put, Bulhanov and Tolstikov, reacted to the article and tried to denounce this idea of colonization and criticize it on the basis that it may lead to a distorted view of the Soviet Antarctic policy overseas. And there we come to so how many time is left now? Because maybe I should summarize already.
Yes, I'm sorry. It would be nice if you summarize. I'm sorry that you did.
Oh, yeah, so it was my fault. I started too slow. So in this case, so in my work, I'm showing how the geologists actually influenced the Soviet Antarctic exploration and how they impacted the very directions of this exploration in sense of choosing the places for Antarctic stations and promoting this exploration from the side of possible mineral resources which could be extracted from this area. And in this sense, one of the most important institutes was the Research Institute of Arctic Geology in St. Petersburg, which was transferred from Glava-Sevmor-Put to the Ministry of Geology. And one of its important scholars, Mikhail Gershevich, who was previously involved into, for example, into uranium exploration on Taimyr Peninsula, and who headed the division of the Antarctic geology in this Arctic Research Institute for Arctic Geology. So in my and here I wanted to just to talk about this case. After the International Geophysical Year, there were few different directions where to found the next stations for the next basis for Soviet Antarctic expeditions. There were, for example, two ideas. One was the Bellingshausen Sea, and one is Queen Maud Land. And the Ravich was highly effective in promoting this Queen Maud Land for New Lazarev Station, and just because he was he had an idea that it can be a place for future mineral extraction, and has this potential for resources extraction in this case. In the next years, in my work, I'm showing how this diplomatic level, how this inner Soviet level, and the level of scientific collaboration co-influence this geological agenda. And sometimes it was hidden behind the fundamental science goals, especially talking about Antarctic Treaty and SCAR meetings. But inside of the Soviet Union, since the Research Institute of the Arctic Geology was a part of the Ministry of Geology, this resource logic was most important into getting funding and promoting this activity. I hope this work will result in some interesting papers, and then I will I will be happy if you will provide comments and ideas on that. But for now, it's, yeah, that's all I wanted to talk. Sorry for too long, but I would be happy for your questions now.
Thank you, Roman. I'm sorry that, you know, you didn't have enough time, but I think it's very interesting topic, and this comparative perspective is very much what I like. Do anybody have questions? Yeah, I didn't have a question. So I know from history of Arctic Research Institute that geology actually didn't develop there after the war. So it used to be the Department of Geology. So Mailovich, who was the head of the institute, was polar geologist himself. But then geology, you know, was sort of expelled from the institute. So does it mean that, you know, the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute was not much involved into these discussions about mineral resources, or it's not the case, or are they still being involved?
Thank you so much for your question. And talking about the 50s and about the time around the International Geophysical Year, it was a leading institute who decided about the directions of the Soviet Antarctic enterprise, and they had a lot of meetings exactly about the future plans, about the different disciplines and their contribution in this program. And they invited actually people from the Arctic Institute for Arctic Geology to participate in their meetings, and they were very active there. But as I see, for example, the the head of the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute at that time, Frolov, at these meetings were mostly skeptical about the actual practical use of these Antarctic minerals. And there were discussions between Ravich and Frolov, for example, their geologists from the Geological Institute want to get more attention and more funding for this geological part. So I had an impression that it was also, there was also this disciplinary border and disciplinary divide, and even a clash of different disciplines who struggled for governmental funding and so on. And afterwards, I only see that most of the geological program was concentrated in this Research Institute for Arctic Geology, then Oceanogeologia and polar geological expeditions. And I don't see so much involvement from the side of the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was my impression, that they didn't
You're right.
much of geology. Yeah, we have a question from Elias, I think. He wrote, thank you, Roman. Since you realized mentioned before that the means of Antarctic research were far less developed than Arctic research infrastructure. No, I didn't mean, I didn't mean that they were different. Okay, what were the limits of the Antarctic geological programs? How were they negotiated on an interinstitutional level?
So I didn't get the beginning of the question. Maybe I should read it.
No, the question actually is, what were the limits of the Antarctic geological programs? How were they negotiated on an interinstitutional level?
Do you mean the Institute for Antarctic Geology?
Yes.
So my impression is that this division of Antarctic geology was pretty much the independent in this case, because it was only devoted to the Antarctic. If I get the question right, is it about the different directions, like Arctic and Antarctic directions of the work, and how they were negotiated between each other, or what?
Elias, could you explain what you mean? Okay, he wrote yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I see it was not so much dependent, because the Antarctic division mainly was dependent on the international agenda and on the participation in these Antarctic treaty organizations, and also had links with the foreign ministry and so on. So they had different kind of political engagement, and so far they didn't had so like to show the benefits of this project in sense of practical things. So but the funding still came from the Ministry of Geology. So what I see, it was a different funding, and they weren't so much involved in this exploitations of new deposits in sense of promoting them and getting funding for exploration as its Arctic part. But at the same time, as I see the development of this institute, they, so to say, they went international. First, they went to the Arctic, then they went to Antarctic, and then they went to the world oceans. So they were getting more and more international. In this case, Antarctic part was a strategic part on the geopolitical level, and Arctic part was mainly connected with the actual industry, mining industry, and so on. I don't know if I answered your question. Hopefully, yes.
Yeah, yes, Hiro, thank you very much. Yeah, so thank you very much, Roman, and thank you all, presenters of this session. I think it went very well. Please stay with us. We will have a final roundtable discussion on global history of the Arctic after just now without a break. Yes, Igor, do we have a break or not? Probably no break because we already, you know, out of time. I do not.
Okay.
Yeah, so we do not have a break. We are moving into.
I have to add from my part that having a break is a human right.
Yes, that would be good. Yeah, we are sorry that we are a little bit late. It's difficult to handle 6 presentations, but we had a very nice discussion. Yeah, so if you allow 5 minutes break, that would be good. Yeah. So 5 minutes break? Yes. Okay. And then a round table. Yes?
Okay, okay.
Okay, so I finish my duty as a chair and give it to your hands. And so we finish the session and have 5 minutes break. 5 minute period. And what language we will have a round table? Is it?
Круглый стол на русском.
Круглый стол на, it will be Russian.
Oh, we can do both. I mean, since it's bilingual de facto.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. I was given the green light from Igor to start. My name is Alexander Semyonov. I'm coming from HSC St. Petersburg. I have to apologize. It's the end of the academic year, almost impossible to carve out time for the conference. But Igor suggested that we have a roundtable at the end. And I'm sure you've had very productive 2 days of discussions. Some of them I witnessed, but in order to sort of come back, I would like to show the conference theme, which is right there, the global history of the Arctic, the transborder networks, alternative spaces, and shifting the scales. Глобальная история Арктики, трансграничные сети, альтернативные пространства и переключение масштабов. So the idea is to come back to these keywords that were put into the conference and to see whether they actually worked, and basically to summarize what is the added value of this two-day conversation. And so I would like to ask the moderators of the panels to summarize what they think was the most important discussion or discussion threads, particularly disagreements, but agreements are also okay. But if you noticed certain disagreements and debates within the panel, and I'm partial to this idea that was announced by Igor Chubarov at the beginning of the conference. You might recall it. There is a document being prepared on what to do with social sciences and humanities in Russia, and how to sort of come out of the provincial colonial perspective and start to be sort of equal partners in the production of knowledge. So maybe if any thoughts on that, since we are editing the document as we speak, that will be greatly appreciated. So I counted 4 panels, means 4 moderators. If each gets 7 minutes, my count shows that it's 28 minutes and then half an hour of free discussion. Уважаемые коллеги, всегда полезно вернуться к идее конференции. Вот перед глазами тема этой конференции. Мы поступим таким образом. Мы дадим по 7 минут уважаемым председателям секций. 4 секции было на этой конференции. И было бы замечательно, если они смогли бы для нас суммировать основные инсайты и, может быть, дебаты, контроверзы, которые случились в рамках дискуссии на секции. И я также сказал, что, вот вы знаете, Игорь Чубаров вначале сказал о том, что готовится документ о положении социальных и гуманитарных наук в Российской Федерации. И там главный вопрос о том, как перестать быть колониальной периферией в системе производства знания. Вот если есть идеи по поводу того, что добавить, какие есть рецепты, было бы замечательно. Давайте тогда перейдем к первой секции. Ольга Повара, Венский университет.
Да, спасибо. Ну, я постараюсь суммировать, пройдусь, наверное, по докладам и как-то проведу некоторые параллели между прозвучавшими темами, которые вызвали особенно бурный, так сказать, шквал вопросов и обсуждений. Ну, прежде всего, секция наша «Антропология глобальной Арктики» была объединена общей темой инфраструктур в глобализирующейся Арктике. При этом само понятие инфраструктуры использовалось в широком конструктивистском понимании, включающем не только города, поселки, транспортные артерии, как материальные объекты, но и выстраивающиеся параллельно им социальные, экономические отношения, практики модернизации, идентичности, дискурса и репрезентации. В докладе Петера Швайцера прозвучал тезис о том, что Арктика, представление, вернее, об Арктике как о глобальном регионе уже давно не ново, несмотря на термин «новая Арктика», который вошел в употребление, особенно в последние 2 десятилетия. И экскурс в долгую историю освоения региона доказывает это, показывая, собственно, что новизна сегодняшней новой или глобальной Арктики состоит прежде всего не в новых дискурсах освоения, практиках освоения, но и связанных новых повесток дня, в том числе изменение климата, таяние льдов, например, которое изменяет, безусловно, практики мореплавания и не только, конкуренции за ресурсы и связанные с ней геополитические конфликты. В то же время, как подчеркнул докладчик и как подчеркнули некоторые другие докладчики, особенно антропологи, внимание к местным сообществам позволяет полностью понять функционирование и эффекты глобальных инфраструктур и представлений, глобальных дискурсов об Арктике. Еще одной важной темой дискуссии стали процессы экономических изменений в Арктике. В докладе Александра Пелясова, например, рассматривалась возможность применения модели институциональной экономики Дугласа Норта. Он показал, насколько можно и инновационно, может быть, интерпретировать модернизационную политику государства, в том числе советского, в отношении местного, особенно коренного населения, в колониальных контекстах, приведя некоторые параллели между российской и советской, российской и американской Арктикой. Я в своем докладе также анализировала на примере транспортных мегаинфраструктурных проектов еще советского периода, по крайней мере, начатых в советский период, преемственность модернизационного проекта государства. На примерах БАМа и СМП прослеживается не только материальное наследие этих инфраструктурных проектов, но и сеть отношений, идентичности, подпитываемых коллективной памятью и эмоциями местных сообществ. И, по сути, обещание инфраструктуры, тоже одно из ключевых слов нашей секции, это обещание модернизационной политики государства в прошлом и в настоящем. В докладе Ксении Гавриловой и Валерии Васильевой шла речь о роли официальных дискурсов и медиаформирования образа СМП Северного морского пути и о том, как эти образы адаптируются, транслируются и воспринимаются на местном уровне в сообществах СМП. И, по сути, эта тема была продолжена на материалах, и дискуссия, связанная с ней, была продолжена на материалах доклада Федора Карандея о репрезентациях северных городов на примере Игарки. Докладчик в своем экскурсе и анализе советской популярной литературы показал, как дискурсы и образы освоения советского севера стали мощным инструментом пропаганды. В докладе Надежды Замятиной, также основанном на примере кейс-стадии Игарки, как и предыдущий доклад Федора Карандея, был дан прекрасный анализ истории современной ситуации поселка Игарка, имеется в виду, как одного из, наверное, таких показательных примеров. Есть и другие поселки СНП похожие. В рамках концепции фронтира. Как образовывалась, как административно управлялась, развивалась Игарка, как пионерный город СНП, какие разные виды добываемых там ресурсов определяли новые фронтирные циклы и что, собственно говоря, ожидает такие моногорода, как Игарка после фронтира. Это те вопросы, которые оживленно обсуждались участниками секции после этого доклада. И, наконец, 3 портовых причала в поселке Новый порт на Ямале в заключительном докладе Михаила Агапова представили нам 3 разных периода истории освоения Арктики, советской Арктики, российской, от режима свободной торговли Порто-Франко до советского административного командного режима и экономики и до современности функционирования портов в рамках проектов хранения, транспортировки нефти по СНП. В данном случае это проект Ямал-НСПГ, который обслуживает конкретный этот порт. И обсуждение этого доклада и в завершении секции еще раз показали, что арктические инфраструктуры – это и символы, и в то же время материализация разных исторических эпох, этапов экономического развития и связанных с ними социальных сетей. Какие можно сделать общие выводы или что можно, чему можно поучиться?
Очень коротко, потому что время истекло.
Да. Ну, я так подробно рассказывала, да, про все эти доклады. На самом деле очень интересная дискуссия сложилась, как мне кажется, между представителями разных общественных дисциплин. У нас были представлены антропологи, экономисты и историками. Здесь вот такой альянс дисциплинарный позволяет именно охватить действительно Арктику как глобальный регион, в то же время быть достаточно методологически гибким, чтобы переключаться между разными масштабами, о чем, собственно говоря, к чему нас призывала конференция.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Ну, я так понял, что вот споров таких и расхождений не было. В общем, все как-то вот интересно.
У нас были дополнения гармоничные очень.
Дополнения. Вот
да.
общую картину понял. Коллеги, я буду писать, когда 2 минуты здесь остается. Игорь Стась, следующая секция «Этничность в Арктике между локальностью и глобальностью».
Большое спасибо. У нас на секции было заслушано 5 докладов, и материалы сессии, они показали о том, что, насколько глобальный контекст он вписывался и встраивался в локальные сюжеты этнических сообществ в Арктике. При этом то, что мы можем интерпретировать как глобально в этих этнических сообществах, видимо, имело специфическую рецепцию в конкретных условиях различных этнических культур. Так, допустим, первый доклад – это Аймара Ветцеля. Он рассказал, как глобальная азиатскость, в первую очередь через музыкальную поп-культуру, она воспроизводилась в различных сообществах Якутии. Вместе с тем, расовая принадлежность, она оставалась частью культурной идентичности этих разных этнических коренных групп, таких как Саха, Венков, Долган, Сахаляров. И даже на примере вовлечения конкретных людей, конкретных каких-то, может, музыкальных групп в глобальную поп-культуру. При этом Аймар, он отдельно отметил, что разработка вот исследовательского языка, который бы мог бы релевантно описывать вот эти проявления глобальности, вот с учетом вот этого расового разнообразия на севере, она является весьма серьезной научной проблемой. По итогам доклада Елены Пивневой основное обсуждение посвящалось концепту индигенности, индигенных народов, и который, по мнению докладчика, как бы символизировал вот это новое качественное социальное и культурное состояние коренных малочисленных народов Севера и означал поворот вот к глобальному миру. И если понятия, допустим, аборигены или коренные, они определяли этнические группы, скажем, в период империи по сословному принципу, а малые народы в Советском Союзе и в советской науке обозначали стадиальность и, скорее, эволюционистский язык описания, то индигенность, она определяет некое стремление к самостоятельному выражению своего культурного разнообразия. И здесь, конечно, возникли определенные споры по поводу того, каким образом стоит использовать термин индигенности или другие термины, которые обозначают коренное население Севера, ну, в исследовательских, так скажем, проектах. Далее был доклад Максима Пулькина, где были показаны, как этнические стереотипы воспроизводились в Российскую империю в Волонецкой и Архангельской губерниях. И здесь интересно в том, как сначала предъявлялись отдельным профессиональным категориям выходцев из Великого княжества финляндского, как бы наделялись их негативными чертами, а потом в целом все финны рассматривались в неких враждебных и образов врага. Вот этот случай, как мне кажется, он показывает, что российский север и Арктика в целом являлись пространством вот этого конструирования этнических категорий, которые использовались в определенных геополитических играх и в том числе в регулировании разнообразия в контексте вот этого нарастающей национализации империи в конце 19-го, начала 20-х веков. И у нас, наверное, секция разделилась на... Здесь прошел переход на следующие доклады, которые скорее показывали эту национализацию в этом глобальном контексте. Вот доклад Елены Волжаниной, он посвящен был тому, как землеустройство территорий коренных народов Севера было вот практикой, можно сказать, пересборки пространства арктических зон вот в контексте сталинской национализации Севера как формы советизации. При этом вот реализация этой политики в 20-е годы, она вложилась в схему эволюционистских этнографических моделей, но вот с конца 20-х годов, то есть с Великого перелома, она подчинялась вот этому сталинскому конструктивизму в условиях, конечно, коллективизации и сталинской индустриализации. Вот. И по большому счету как бы землеустройство осуществляло переключение вот этих масштабов Арктики, и для большевиков этот процесс, он, конечно же, напрямую связывался с национализирующим дискурсом. И последний доклад, это был мой доклад, и хотел я представить то, как вот эта национализация коренных народов Севера на примере Игарки 30-х годов имела глобальный контекст. И мы, когда читаем свидетельства иностранных журналистов, которые были в Игарке в этот период времени, и видим, что вот эта репрезентация индигенного населения, как народов, которые достигли определенного, да, декларируемого уровня цивилизованности, была как бы очень важным для советской власти на мировой арене. И Советы, конечно же, пытались строить вот этих коренных жителей в глобальные сети. Одновременно представители, как мне кажется, этнических сообществ, они сами стремились к этому глобальному через контакты с иностранцами. И если подводить итоги сессии, можем сказать о том, что вот насколько на самом деле даже в советской власти, даже при сталинском режиме, который осуществлял в значительной степени свои посредством, конечно, спецпереселенцев ГУЛАГа, то насколько вот этот глобальный контекст освоения Арктики, он встраивался в этнические культуры с севера, как бы, насколько глубоко проникал в них. Спасибо большое.
Да, спасибо, Игорь, очень интересно. Я замечаю, что разные ключевые слова выделяют наши председатели. Вот если инфраструктура, модернизация и даже будущее, да, вот спор о будущем в первой секции, то здесь я вижу индигенность, разнообразие, значит, территории, да, значит, немножко как бы другой. Если я правильно ухватываю, моя роль тут главное вас как бы сопоставить, да, а вы между собой, естественно, более плодотворную дискуссию проведете. А тем не менее у нас следующая секция конференции «Модерные практики глобализации Арктики». И я предоставляю слово Александру Иванову, модератору секции.
Итак, здравствуйте еще раз. Наша секция «Модерные практики глобализации Арктики», она была у нас представительной, хотя было заслушано не так много докладов, 6 докладов. Ну и здесь среди докладов, ну если мы говорим о ключевых словах, тут, наверное, можно это назвать слово связанность. Имеется в виду, что вот в этих все докладчики в той или иной степени подчеркивали связь вот этого исторического опыта с современностью, да, и живучесть вот этих практик на современном этапе. Ну и открывал нашу секцию доклад Дениса Ананьева, историографический доклад, в котором были показаны основные тенденции в развитии англоязычной историографии, проблем освоения Арктики. Ну и здесь акцентировалось внимание на том, что большинство американских, ну и англоязычных исследователей, они подчеркивают экономический, военно-стратегический потенциал арктического региона, и эта тенденция закрепилась уже с конца XIX века. Также освещение основных ключевых тезисов привело к некоторой дискуссии по поводу эффективности сталинской модели освоения Арктики, поскольку автор, ну я имею в виду автор доклада, он заявил о том, что, собственно, большинство исследователей, по крайней мере, 30-х, 40-х годов, они достаточно позитивно оценивали вот этот опыт и затем как бы достаточно высоко оценивали советские успехи в, что называется, развитии регионов. Вот это вызвало некоторые вопросы. Далее следующим докладом был доклад Василия Борового, посвященный монетизации природных ресурсов Арктики на материалах Шпицбергена. Ну и здесь, наверное, акцент и наиболее интересные аспекты были связаны с тем, что автор стремился показать, что, собственно, в Арктике можно создать фактически из любого ресурса такой достаточно привлекательный экономический ресурс и, соответственно, каким образом компании различных стран, европейских и Соединенных Штатов, они подходили к решению этой задачи и насколько эти практики были эффективны в, соответственно, со стороны разных стран в перспективе, ну, именно в долгосрочной и краткосрочной перспективе. Наиболее широкую дискуссию на секции вызвал доклад, подготовленный Петей Манковой и Еленой Лярскиной, и, соответственно, о полярных хозяйках и пионерах Арктики. И здесь были показаны различные практики репрезентации женщин-полярниц на материалах советской норвежской периодики, и, собственно, что позволило показать каким образом, с одной стороны, эволюционировали эти образы, а с другой стороны, какие модели приписывало общество и ожидало от женщин, полярниц, ну и, собственно, вообще женщин в северных условиях в различных странах. Ну и, на мой взгляд, наиболее интересным там было то, что эти модели периодически, я имею в виду исторически, пересекались, да, в СССР 30-х годов и в Норвегии 30-х годов. Ну и также в ходе обсуждения доклада были затронуты вопросы, что называется, забвения этих женщин-героинь и также жизни после славы. Вот, это было тоже достаточно интересно. Следующим докладом был доклад Евгения Полянского, который акцентировал внимание свое на том, что, собственно, система управления ГУСНП, собственно, как сетевое сообщество, она носила кластерный характер и, соответственно, на роли отдельных руководителей, таких как Остроумова, в функционировании вот этой структуры, ну и, собственно, ее значений для освоения советской Арктики. В своем докладе я постарался показать роль вот этой трансграничности, но трансграничности не в межгосударственных отношениях, но в трансграничности внутри Советского Союза, вот эти режимные границы, практики их преодоления и также, собственно, их роли вот в советских практиках советской модерности, в том смысле, что и мы там как раз и можем видеть эти и параллели, например, с Игаркой, и с другими регионами Советского Союза, и в Сибири в целом, каким образом вот эти, что называется, режимные люди, да, которые играли во многом ключевую роль в советской модернизации, они были такими скрытыми фигурами. И каким образом государство их скрывало, с другой стороны, какое значение они для него имели, когда оно пыталось перестроить вот эту инфраструктуру, перейти от практик принудительного труда к практикам стимулирования уже экономического. Ну и это, собственно, тоже нас ведет к вот этому переходу, некому новому этапу там, советской модерности, который наступил постсталинский период. Ну и, собственно, завершал нашу секцию доклад Натальи Гониной, посвященный арктической урбанизации на материалах Норильска. Ну и здесь, собственно, был сделан акцент как раз на постсталинском периоде, в этом смысле доклады все друг друга логично дополняли, и живучести, что называется, советской инфраструктуры и тех достижениях советской инженерной мысли, в первую очередь, медицинской мысли и так далее, которые вобрали в себя, с одной стороны, международный опыт, с другой стороны, также активно изучались зарубежными коллегами, уже, понятно, в 60-х, 70-х, 80-х годах, поскольку Советскому Союзу удалось, да, обеспечить функционирование в таких тяжелых климатических условиях и города со значительным населением. И вот этот опыт, он как бы и был здесь подчеркнут, его международное значение. Ну и, собственно, с другой стороны, да, спасибо.
Да, спасибо, Александр, просто уже 8 минут.
Да.
Я хотел просто отметить еще интересную картину, складывающуюся. Вот первая секция, где акцент делался на модернизации, третья секция, где модерность, да, и споры про советскую модерность, значит, были, как я правильно понял, и та, и другая еще подчеркивали континуитет. Игорь Стась, когда рассказывал в своей секции, как раз говорил о разрывах. Да, то есть вот для меня это интересно, что модерность, да, как бы модернизация, и есть еще акцент темпоральный, в смысле осмысления процессов, на преемственности и даже связанности, вы сказали, и разрывы в обращении к проблеме разнообразия территории управления. Очень интересно. И последняя секция. That's in English. Transnational circulation of knowledge and practices of exploration in the Russian and Soviet Arctic. Julia, Lajus.
Yeah, and because we talked in English, I also will summarize in English and could repeat something if needed in Russian, because it's difficult for me to switch now. Yeah, so the focus of the session was on knowledge and practices, but more we talk on knowledge in different kinds. And in the first talk by Alexei Kraikovski, we looked to globalization that been in 18th century, very early globalization, which came through the food patterns, So it was interesting projects when the food from the Russian north, like herring and also mollusks. It was search for mollusks, oysters. Oysters certainly were not found, but they found mussels and scallops. That they were projects to develop them, to cook them as the foreign food, as a food from Europe. And so it's a project of westernization and globalization through the everyday life of the elite. And not only the food itself, should be resemble the Western patterns, but there were the expertise. The experts were invited from Europe, especially Dutch experts who, were asked to share their expertise and were sent to the White Sea to find these, biological objects that could should substitute the food from Europe. Most of the projects failed, but it's quite interesting story of attempts of globalization through the everyday food patterns. The second presentation also continued the maritime topic by Alexandra Bekasova. We talked about Bering Strait, and Bering Strait is a particular space. It's a local space which actually organized the large networks of people, from Rumyantsov, the former council of empire, and, Krusenstern and his circles, and English, so-called the boys of Barrow, the oceanographer and explorer from UK. And, so all that kind of circulation of information, instruments, ship as a place where circulation took part, and circulation of published materials that followed the expedition. And the strait itself was considered as a very important object because, it was a geopolitical rivalry, it was an uncertainty, is it really a strait? And it was an uncertainty, is there any kind of land to the north from Alaska, or is it a sea? So the space itself here played, the very important role in these circulations. Then we came immediately to the Soviet period. It's unfortunately a large gap in our session from the 18th, beginning of 19th century, and then we talked on the Soviet period. And Andy Bruno and Ekaterina Kalemeneva talked about urbanization models in the Soviet North. And there was a nice discussion. Was it any continuity or rupture between the Stalinist period and, 50 and sort of say Khrushchev, the period of the thaw? And I think it was even some kind of disagreement between two presenters where Andy more insisted on the continuity, that even in Stalinist time, there were some attempts to make the space or the urban spaces livable, while Katya is emphasized the changes that took place with the fall. And it was also a very good question from Peter Schweitzer, about the connections of these urbanization models in Soviet Union and in Canada. And there certainly been connections, we know that even the modernistic projects being developed in parallel, but also in some kind of a cross discussion. And Katya made a very important statement that at that time of the thaw, it was not a discussion of making a Soviet cities in the Arctic, but a discussion of making the northern cities, or making the Arctic cities. So the universality arrived, so it's more more resemblance of the Arctic towns in the Soviet Union and in Canada was proclaimed, and the resemblance between the Arctic town in the Soviet Union and, for instance, the South and the Caucasian or any kind of Southern town. Yeah, then we moved to Dmitry Arzyutov, an anthropologist who made a fascinating talk about working with Mammoth through the Iron Curtain, and it was a fascinating story of a boundary object that was showcased in many exhibitions, and was Dmitry told about environmental encounters, and also it's important that he thought about the Arctic space or any kind of space as not a container, but a place where many connections intervened. When it was my talk on history of science on transnational networks, where I discussed different kind of mediators, especially in the Cold War period, and based on my previous work on the Scandinavian mediators, and it's all about science of ice and climate, and then moved into 70s, where the connections with Americans are developed, and we discussed some kind of this restricted internationalism, and also differences between Arctic and Antarctic, when Antarctic was certainly much more open and Arctic much more closed, but even in the Arctic some fruitful connections were possible. And by that discussion, we moved to the last talk by Roman Handoshka, also from KTH in Sweden, who, moved us from Arctic to Antarctic, but shown some roots of the perception of Antarctic mineral resources that came from the Arctic. There even been, I was fascinated that there even was an idea of developing Antarctic the same as the Arctic, so to develop permanent settlements and to develop mining before the Antarctic Treaty was signed in mid-50s. When it was signed, then it certainly became not possible. And so Roman told about the different kind of institutional developments of Antarctic geology. That's all. And I would like to emphasize, and we talk about mediators, science, diplomacy, boundary objects, circulation of knowledge, and also, non-human actors, with Mammoth and with herring and oysters, and even the strait could be named as a non-human actor in a story that Alexandra told. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Seems like it's a very full scene of historical agencies that's been present in the section. So we've made a round, and my suggestion would be to open up the discussion, maybe takeaways or ideas of how to further develop. And maybe I can ask still one question. I recognize there is a voice, but maybe abusing the power of the chair of this roundtable for a little bit. And maybe I can ask you this question. So there are basically two schools of thought in what is now developing as a global history. And some people say we already have the narrative. And what basically we are doing with it is that we are spatially expanding it. But the narrative means the sort of the periods that we know: Khrushchev, Stalin, Soviet, non-Soviet. I mean, basically the narrative is there, right? But we go sort of expansively in terms of space. Now, some people, I would like to name my friend Jeremy Edelman, says, no, you're wrong. There is no ready narrative for global history to fall back. And actually, as we do studies of micro contexts and some meso contexts, we can then think about a new narrative. Now, it seems like most of the panels did agree that there is a narrative, and then they sort of expanded with the northern practices, with indigeneity, with infrastructure, with the spaces in between, or space as an actor, etc., etc. So this is my conclusion. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I would be very interested to hear what was sort of in the discussion. So this is my question, and I suggest we just sort of generate and then get back to answers. So Peter, is that you?
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me just start with thanking everyone. Really, I think it was a great event for the last 2 days. I certainly learned a lot. And I want to follow up on the thoughts by Alexandra right now. I think, you know, I'm not a historian, but the kind of, I think what the one thing I would push more here under the label of global history is probably the category of comparison. Is to kind of to put, because by nature somehow our last 2 days were heavily focused on the Soviet and post-Soviet and a certain degree pre-Soviet Arctic. And I think there were many of the presenters tried to kind of situate them in this kind of global history context. But at the same time, I think there has been a tendency for quite a long time that there is a very kind of, they are the Soviet or the Russian specialists, and they are very different from the Canadian specialists. And I think there were a few papers given, like by Alexander Pilyasov and by a few others who tried to introduce some level of comparison, but I think it was not dominant. We heard a lot about the port of Igarka, but I really would like to hear a comparison between the port of Igarka and the port of Churchill in Canada, to get a better understanding of the kind of matches and mismatches in what had been happening. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, there was Dmitry, Arzyutov, then Olga, then Fyodor.
Да, я могу по-русски тогда, чтобы создать больше разнообразия языкового. Я хотел поделиться мыслью. Я слушал несколько докладов вчера и почти весь день сегодня. Одна из мыслей, которая у меня есть, это то, что когда начался тренд на попытка осмыслить в антропологии глобальные явления, то пришла вот такая концепция, как multi-sided ethnography. И один из основных критических моментов заключался в том, что когда мы говорим про multi-sided ethnography, мы говорим обычно о самом этнографе, антропологе, который странствует от одной точки к другой, и фактически это не про этнографию, а про, собственно, одного этнографа, который бывает в разных точках. Сравнивая это с разговором о глобальной истории, о том, о чем сказал Александр, о том, что на самом деле у нас готового нарратива как будто бы и нет, то здесь тоже есть один момент, что есть как бы тоже свое такое уязвимое место в этом, что мы часто говорим от лица государства. То есть, когда мы пытаемся выстроить глобальный нарратив, мы говорим о глобальных историях, которые пишутся все равно через государственные вещи. Мы не можем построить, например, глобальный, ну, во всяком случае, не звучало такого доклада, чтобы это была глобальная история, я не знаю, там, кочевников, которые каким-то образом всячески увиливают, так сказать, от государственных доминирования и тем самым создают некоторый глобальный нарратив. Мне кажется, что это довольно интересно в этом сопоставлении, которое, так сказать, этнографоцентрично, а с другой стороны оно оказывается по-своему государственно центричным. Здесь на сравнении возникает какой-то момент, который стоило бы обсудить. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Дальше Ольга и Федор. Если я правильно понимаю, у меня, видимо, что-то со связью происходит. Если что, я...
Ну, у меня комментарий, как у неисторика, в таком темпоральном, скорее, аспекте, который вы подняли, говоря по поводу модерности и модернизации. Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что все мы говорили о разных модерностях, в смысле разных исторических этапах на этой конференции, пытаясь, тем не менее, проследить какую-то преемственность и замечая при этом разрывы. Мне кажется, что это свидетельствуют о том, что если говорить словами, опять же, Айзенштейна или антропологов, таких как, например, Сорин Чайков, которого многие знают, multiple modernities, множественные модерности, было бы интересным таким вот подходом, концептом, или можно еще использовать другой подход, pluriverse, да, говоря о множественных, таких, скажем, онтологичных, ну, скажем, взглядах индигенных, неиндигенных на современность. И при этом мы пытались размышлять, особенно в контексте все же не столько глобальной, сколько российской Арктики, а вот этом сломе советское и постсоветское. И, пожалуй, что многие наши размышления привели к тому, что очень сложно определить, где и когда этот слом произошел. 90-е годы, конечно, были поворотным таким вот этапом, но эти разные модерности до сих пор существуют, так же, как и соответствующие им практики модернизации, как вот некие такие действительно практики и политические взгляды на развитие, в том числе территории.
Спасибо. Федор, пожалуйста.
Спасибо, коллеги. Да, я, наверное, имею право, да, говорить на правах представителя того института, который, собственно, очень много, в общем, задумал эту конференцию, да, и, собственно, как не знаю, как человек, имеющий отношение к идеологии, да, нашего такого совместного проекта и с Игорем Вырастающим, и с Империо, и с Европейским университетом и так далее. Вот, потому что, ну, мы здесь все историки, да, по своему бэкграунду, причем историки не столичные, и, в общем-то, некоторые темы, видимо, нам приходится как бы экзистенциально проживать. Соответственно, вот идея на самом деле попытаться говорить, попытаться свести воедино, скажем, принципиально разные языки описания той же самой Арктики, да, она для нас принципиальна. То есть, и это очень здорово, что получилось сделать так, чтобы здесь появились и географы, причем те, которые занимаются Арктикой в самом таком эконом-географическом смысле, и антропологи в лучшем своем виде, и, соответственно, историки или даже представители исторической географии. И здесь, ну, конечно, речь идет о формировании некого языка для описания вещей, которые, может быть, в таком формате никогда не описывались. Да, то есть здесь, поэтому для меня очень важно, что здесь звучит тема инфраструктур, да, потому что, мне кажется, это какой-то такой очень правильный язык описания, скажем, вот тех явлений, в которых мы сейчас живем, и в той части, которую изучают антропологи и географы, и в той части, которую изучают историки. Вот, и мне кажется, это была все-таки очень важная, практически основная тема, она задавала акцент, да, то есть, ну, как инфраструктура, как инструмент модернизации Арктика, как такой модернизационный проект или проект модерности, вот, с некоторыми своими языками и практиками, которые появились вот именно в последние несколько столетий, да, и которым, в принципе, не было аналогов. И как бы иногда, да, в том числе, вот когда, собственно, историки появлялись, чаще всего получалось, превращалось в такое описание темы глобальности изнутри локальности. Ну вот, в общем-то, наши доклады, там, в том числе про Игарку, посвященный доклад про Норильск и доклад про якутов, которые моделируют себя при помощи Кореи и так далее. Но фактически все-таки было очень замечательно видеть, что здесь практически никто не говорил о сущности этого модернизационного проекта в рамках каких-то старых категорий, которыми обычно, в общем-то, в мейнстриме до сих пор говорят, да, ну, по крайней мере, в России, да, то есть, условно говоря, вот этот арктический модернизационный проект не описывался как колонизация, не описывался как, скажем, освоение даже, да, в таком языке советском, да, он описывался сложнее, да, и, собственно, те доклады, которые мое внимание привлекли, они прикладывали вот некую новую рамку, там, не знаю, начиная с Александра Пелясова, который говорил вот как раз о Дугласе Норте, о системе неопределенности, о экономическом росте, и Надежды Замятиной, и Василия Борового, да, который там говорил о маркетизации и так далее. То есть таких сеток было очень много, и мне кажется, что мы каким-то образом все совместно ищем, в общем-то, ну, скажем, такие новые языки, скажем, говорения вот об этом явлении, которое для меня, как для исторического географа, если понимать это как современную историческую географию, собственно, она исходит из того, что нет никакой географии прошлого, есть география настоящего, которую мы пытаемся объяснить через прошлое. Да? То есть это географическая наука в каком-то смысле. Поэтому, естественно, что вот это ощущение современности, оно не дает покоя мне, например, как историку, поэтому мне очень интересно смотреть, как мы на самом деле описываем современность, хотя, в общем, я, может быть, историк. Вот. И особенно мало, мне показалось, было докладов, которые вот работали так, как говорит Себастьян Конрад, и эта идея мне его очень нравится, да, когда он говорит о переходах из места в место и о каком-то внезапном включении объектов в созревающих для этого контекстах, да, то есть вот каких-то таких, то есть вот доклады о мамонте или доклады о морской пище, да, они были вот чем-то похожим, да, мне хотелось такого больше, да, когда некие феномены вдруг внезапно выстреливали в другом контексте, в том числе в арктическом. Вот. И компаративных сравнений, да, как сказал Петр Швайцер, было мало. И я с этим очень согласен, и мне этого тоже не хватило, но это уже говорить о недостатках, да. То есть, да, был замечательный доклад о женщинах в Арктике, где были противопоставлены советские женщины или сопоставлены, да. Были замечательные сравнения в докладе Энди и Екатерины, да, про разные типы городов, да. Понятно, что географы об этом говорили, но все-таки мы об этом говорим очень мало, да, естественно, это была историческая конференция в большей своей части и конференция о советском или о российском опыте, да, и так далее. Это, конечно, ну, не то, что недостатки, но это, видимо, следствие нашей оптики такой. То есть, мне кажется, что все равно все очень получилось, и приятно было видеть всех на виртуальной тюменской земле, и нам есть с чем себя поздравить. Спасибо.
Да, спасибо, Федор. Я вот хотел отдельно отметить новые понятия, которые родилось в рамках вашего выступления, очевидно, навеянные дискуссиями конференции, вы сказали, историки у нас были историчные все. Вот. Мне показалась это замечательная такая групповая характеристика сложного диалога, который на самом деле, как мне кажется, получился. Почему? Потому что обычно же вот эти междисциплинарные диалоги, они как ну, там, символ веры, да, даже если за ними ничто не стоит. А здесь, как кажется, вот действительно разные взгляды о предмете действительно приводили к интересной дискуссии. And back to Peter, I completely agree with you that very often I mean, if you read historiography, people will tell you that we are beyond comparison. This is Max Weber. You know, this is so problematic a practice. But in reality, I've just had a look at the list of MA topics of Sebastian Skandrad MA on global history in Freie Universität in Berlin, and you know, basically it comes down to 2 archives and 2 languages. Well, if there are 3, that's great, but the human potential is a finite quality. I mean, we can go global, right? I mean, it will be impossible in a way. Just to moderate your point, we've just had a number of conferences in political history. And it seems like there was much more of a comparative dimension in this conference than in other conferences that dealt with the nationality policy, economic policy of the Soviet Union. It seems like this field is in the vanguard and of that development. And you know, yes, I would actually now argue on the need of comparison, especially because there is a trend to go immediately global. To answer to Dmitry, there is a danger, but it is very well reflected in the field, right? The stratospheric view is something that is discredited among the global historians. And the way to do it is the micro meso, and comparative. That seems to be the way. So anyone else would like to follow up?
Yes, if I can. May I? Alexandra, may I follow up?
Yes, Julia.
Yeah, I would like to follow up
Please.
what you told. Yeah, briefly. And yes, I also agree with Peter with comparison is important, but also, you know, the so to say, more involvement of not only different objects, different spaces in different circulations in one story. But here, I think it's only collective efforts works. And Peter, you know, we know each other since the Boreas project, since a meeting in 2006 in Cambridge. And, you know, actually the Boreas project, which brought anthropologists and historians and, you know, from many, many countries together, it was such a milestone. And, you know, the only probably so far existing paper which embraces the Cold War history of all Arctic, you know, all Arctic states, you know, that our group, for instance, produced. It's very difficult. It's just a short paper in Journal of Historical Geography. But to produce this paper, we needed all that, you know, many years endeavor of Boreas project. We need to meet, to talk, to work in different archives. And the global history is actually quite expensive in both money and time and, you know, labor. So that's the most of constraint, because you really need, you know, to travel, to meet people, to work in different archives. Not easy, but it was a great time. So that's what I want to say.
If Dima has his hand up.
Just a very short follow-up.
Well, thank you very much. Oh, Dmitry.
Yeah. if I may, I don't know. Oh yeah, okay. So just I am going to bridge Peter's words to the words of Alexander. Some anthropologists would say, like, comparison is a pretty strange thing. It's better to stay in your cozy ontological kind of background, right? And be comfortable with this. And we remember about, I don't know, Cambridge anthropologists like Matei Kande, who is actively against any comparisons in anthropology. So even, you know, some wonderful ideas like this has some pitfalls inside. So it's a yeah. I just wanted to say a couple words about this. Yeah.
This is just to explain, we have at HSC in St. Petersburg, anthropology and history sitting in one department. And this is a very interesting conversation, I have to say to you. But, you know, for this, just a little remark on that. I really loved Ann Stoller's recent piece on Clifford Geertz. If you're sort of, Clifford Geertz is the towering figure, and Ann Stoller is now the towering figure, and the first towering figure tried to kill the second towering figure from entering the profession. And there, I mean, it's a very personal interview, but also there was an epistemological sort of difference. And what Ann says is that, you know, a more historical context, including comparison, could actually help you know, to decipher what is this colonial indigenous country you're studying, or the village. So to be continued. I mean, that's sort of, historians have read it, and they also read another layer, another generation of anthropologists who criticize the well, the authenticity sort of behind the production of knowledge in such a towering figure as Clifford Geertz. So, I mean, I just want to say that it's from sort of my, and I'm sure Julia Lajus side, we would love to continue this dialogue in St. Petersburg. As I've already mentioned, the Lab for Environmental and Technological History is there, but also there are other people at the Center for Historical Research who do different types of global and connected histories. including some of the anthropologists who sit next door. And basically, I want to congratulate you all on this achievement. And I wish the dialogue to be continued. I invite you, without a concrete date, but just extend an open conversation, to come to St. Petersburg whenever the corona is behind us. And I wish all the success to our partners again. Thank you very much. At Tyumen, it's absolutely thriving to be in touch with you. And now back to Igor and Fyodor, whoever would like to close. The final roundtable is now officially over.
Я бы в конце хотел поблагодарить всех участников конференции. Большое спасибо Центру исторических исследований и лаборатории экологической и технологической истории за сотрудничество и активное участие в этом проекте. Я думаю, да, мы будем продолжать в Санкт-Петербурге, мы будем продолжать работать над этим, потому что на самом деле работы и еще много с точки зрения описания тех исторических процессов, которые возникали в Арктике через какие-то концепты глобальной истории. Вот. Но, по крайней мере, я думаю, что какая-то основа, база была задана этой конференции, возможность хотя бы подискутировать и вообще примерить этот концепт к арктическим территориям. Спасибо большое.
Можно мне тоже небольшую реплику? Мне кажется, вот находясь в Сургуте, у нас, наверное, одна из тоже таких северных точек нашей конференции, что нам необходимо привлекать больше северных университетов, да, и, наверное, вот это нам как раз и даст во многом то разнообразие, которое мы ищем, потому что понятно, что все мы отталкиваемся в той или иной степени от источниковой базы, и чем более интернациональный у нас состав, тем больше, конечно, тем больше будет сравнительных исследований. Спасибо. Александр, пожалуйста.
Ну что, наверное, будем завершать тогда круглый стол. Вот. Если еще кто-то хочет сказать в конце.
Я только хочу сказать спасибо.
Большое спасибо. Спасибо.
Спасибо всем участникам. Поаплодируем друг другу.
Спасибо.
Вы держали. Спасибо. Ну, тогда
спасибо большое. До свидания. До свидания.
До свидания.